Atlantic City. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 5 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes. Amanda Dixon with a week off. Our top story this hour, BYU has learned what bowl they'll be playing in, and it's going to be against another one of the Big 12's top teams. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details. Adam?
Tim, BYU is going to play Colorado in the Alamo Bowl in just under 3 weeks from now. The Cougars and Buffaloes, of course, were the first two teams on the outside looking in for the Big 12 title game after some tough late-season losses. BYU head coach Kalani Sitake says they are excited, saying he's a big fan of Colorado head coach Deion Sanders. And, of course, in the Wild West of transfer portal and NIL, Coach Prime said his seniors, many of whom will be headed for the NFL after this, are going to play in this game.
We got a kid that's probably going to pick up, not probably, what I'm talking about, matter of factly going to pick up the Heisman Trophy this week, and he's going to play. We got another quarterback who picked up an award last weekend, and he's going to play. We have receivers that I know are going pro, and guess what? They're going to play.
BYU and Colorado will play in San Antonio on Saturday, December 28th. Remember to catch all the action here on KSL News Radio. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
We had some other BYU football news over the weekend. The school announced last Saturday night that they extended the contract for head coach Kalani Sitake. The release says it was a long-term contract, although it didn't give many details. This year was BYU's third 10-win season under Sitake. Coming up in about 10 minutes, you'll hear from Kalani giving us his thoughts on Coach Prime and the upcoming Alamo Bowl. The other big college football news this morning, Utah coach Kyle Whittingham posted a public statement simply saying, I'm back. KSL Sports anchor Jeremiah Jensen says the move brings stability to a team going through a lot of changes.
Kyle will return. News that could have a big impact on the Utes' effort to bring in elite talent in the transfer portal, and that portal has officially opened. The 65-year-old Whittingham has 167 wins all time. He didn't want to end his career with a 5-7 season.
Jeremiah says Whittingham previously said he would return to coach the team if he felt it was the best thing for the program. Utah will also be working to solidify their quarterback group with new offensive coordinator Jason Beck. Both Isaac Wilson and Brandon Rose announced on social media they've entered the transfer portal. In other local news, we're hearing from a woman who was hospitalized in a 6-car crash in Eagle Mountain last week. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson has an update. Verl?
Tim, Dana Smith says she and her husband Tim Smith were heading to a doctor's appointment when they were hit. Dana told KSL TV she didn't recognize their truck when she first saw it.
The way the truck looked when I saw the picture, it looked like we were a ping pong ball. I don't know how we survived.
Dana was released from the hospital on Saturday, but her husband is still in the hospital. Tim had a successful spine operation, but his family still doesn't know if the crash caused any permanent damage or when he'll be home. The Smiths are hoping he'll be back for Christmas. Live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Celebrations across Syria this morning after the country's president fled the country as rebel forces moved in. ABC's Andrew Dimbert has the latest.
Dictator's rule came to a stunning end over the weekend when Syrian rebels took the capital, forcing Assad to flee to Moscow, according to Russian state media. Rebel fighters stormed the presidential palace in Damascus as people topped symbols of the Assad regime across the country. Videos posted online show a group of men appearing to find Assad's extensive car collection, including high-end Porsches and Ferraris.
This change in government comes after a decade of civil war. In weather, a cold front moving into the state, and it's clearing out the air this morning. KSL meteorologist Matt Johnson is tracking the air quality monitors.
This is a totally different story this morning, folks. The last several days, we've been in the orange and the red for some spots. You get into Ogden, we're into Davis County. Hey, it's all in the green. We're scouring out the gunk as a second cold front that's really dry has moved in, and we're getting a little bit of wind.
The storm itself kind of fizzled out, and snow showers will be scattered, but likely won't amount to much. The bad news, the inversion could get back up in a day or two. Let's get our first look at traffic this morning. Good morning, Andy Farnsworth.
Good morning, Tim. We actually start with a crash out in West Jordan at Mountain View and 7800 South. It's a westbound crash right at the northbound intersection because remember, that's a divided highway there. Only a little bit of a delay for northbounders going through the intersection. The westbound has to get over to the left. Right now, that's the only problem to start us off. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
A historic weekend in Paris with the first Mass being held in the newly reopened Notre-Dame Cathedral.
The Bishop of Paris knocking on the vast wooden doors, the bells resonating, the choir back in full voice, and those doors officially reopened to this truly magical music. Notre-Dame's 8,000-pipe organ restored and roaring once again.
Members of the Catholic faith here in Utah played a small part in helping the Notre-Dame Cathedral reopen 5 years after that devastating fire. Pastor and rector of the Cathedral of the Madeleine, Father Martin Diaz, tells KSL-TV they and the Catholic Diocese of Salt Lake City raised money statewide to help rebuild Notre-Dame after it went up in flames.
We raised about $5,000, which for us, for a take-up a collection on Sunday, is a very substantial amount.
Father Diaz says they feel proud of their small offering in the grand scheme of things. He says he knows how much every bit helps, given they just completed a floor restoration project of their own. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints held their annual First Presidency's Christmas devotional this weekend. President Dallin H. Oaks, first counselor in the First Presidency, delivered a message on the spirit of Christmas.
Christmas makes us more aware and more grateful for the sacrifices that have been made for us. Christmas reminds us to think of one another.
The Tabernacle Choir and Orchestra at Temple Square performed to a sold-out audience where President Russell M. Nelson was in attendance. The box office continues to see a resurgence with several blockbusters bringing in big numbers.
Disney's Polynesian heroine Moana faced off against half a dozen new releases to easily remain atop the box office this weekend. To be. Moana 2 took in $52 million, bringing its domestic total to $300 million and its global cume to over $600 million.
Moana showed how people just how far we will go.
That's a fantastic performance for a movie that was originally meant to be a streaming series on Disney+.
Let me tell you the whole story.
Universal's Wicked predictably took second place with $35 million. Totaling $320 million stateside so far, it's now in the top 5 highest-grossing films of the year.
The arena turns slaves into gladiators, the gladiators into free men.
Third place belongs to Gladiator 2, which grossed $12 million for the weekend. It is performing better overseas than it is at home, with a total of $368 million worldwide. I'm Kevin Carr.
Sounds like we're off to a good start this morning for the drive-in. We'll check traffic and weather together in just a minute.
Listen to KSL for news to get exactly what you want.
Stories about what's going to affect me.
Traffic. If I want to know now, I'll go to KSL Radio.
Hear the important stories, the stories that affect you.
On KSL News Radio.
Jeff Kaplan.
I'm energized by breaking news. First of all, because it's right now, and second of all, because in many cases the audience needs to know. There's no more important service that we can provide, and I find it critically important to get more details to the audience as quickly as possible. There's nothing more energizing than that for me. Not at all. The most important thing we do is breaking news. I am gratified that so many people listen to me every afternoon on KSL, but what they don't know is that there are so many people behind the scenes making it happen, checking on the traffic, answering the phones, making the calls, talking to the newsmakers. They're out in the street, into the field to get the raw information, and then putting it all together so that I can sit in front of a microphone and be a source of information every afternoon. But there are so many people who make it happen. That's what you don't know.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
If you're just joining us this morning, a lot has been settled in college football. We know who the 12-team playoff is going to be. We know where BYU will play, and we know that the head coach for the University of Utah will be coming back. Lots to talk about this morning, and we will do it throughout the morning. KSL News Time 5:09. I should say our quarters for Christmas time is 5:09. Time for a look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. All right, Andy, how are we starting?
Well, just one crash, Tim. It's out in West Jordan, 78th and Mountain View. I actually saw that one as I drove in. It's a westbound crash at the northbound intersection, and there's only minor delays because of the time of day it is, and they are letting westbound. They are letting westbound through, it looks like. Tow trucks on the scene now. Don't see any I-15 slowdowns in Salt Lake County this morning or in Davis County coming from Ogden to downtown. Eric?
Northbound I-15, Utah County looking just fine from Spanish Fork to Point of the Mountain. It's a 24-minute drive. We don't have any problems coming out of Tooele County. SR 36 looks good northbound, heading up through Stansbury up to Lake Point and on to I-80. I'm Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Big talker for the day is the clean air, folks. I've got partly cloudy skies, air quality in the green, and highs in the upper 30s. Overnight, clean, clear air, temperatures in the low 20s. 40 tomorrow, sunshine with the haze trying to build back by midweek. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
We all noticed on the way in this morning that you can see the lights on the mountains this morning, which hasn't been the case for a while, so it is clearing out there. Right now, 30 degrees in Salt Lake City. I mentioned all of the news this morning that's college football related. Part of that is the extension of a contract for Kalani Sitake down at BYU. And we heard from him talking about the acceptance of the invitation to the Alamo Bowl. We'll share some of his comments about it as they face Colorado coming up here in just a minute. So stay with me at 102.7 FM and 1160 AM. You'll find us streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Dave Cawley, investigative journalist and host of the podcast Cold. In October of 1985, a woman named Cherie Warren left work at a busy Salt Lake City office
to meet her estranged husband at a downtown auto dealership.
She never made it home. Cherie's car surfaced weeks later in Las Vegas.
In the parking lot of a hotel casino.
No one knows how it got there.
Strange. It was strange.
Both Cherie's estranged husband and her boyfriend raised suspicion for investigators.
I kind of thought that he might have done something.
But no arrests were ever made. In Cold Season 3, we dig into double lives, make new connections in the case, and examine the difficulty raised by reasonable doubt.
We want answers just as much as anyone else.
They have creeps like that now too, so nothing's changed.
That's the new Cold Season 3, The Search for Cherie, now available anywhere you get your podcasts.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
Tell me about it. Did you have any idea that was going on?
None. I mean, you saw Derek at the game last night too. Did you have a clue?
No, but you know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do. Kids hear first about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
It can be hard to tell sometimes, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, bullying, violence, anything, you need to tell an adult. Mom or me, a teacher, coach, school counselor, someone you know and trust.
Dad, no kid is gonna tell an adult about that kind of stuff.
I get it, but if we don't know, we can't help. Speaking up about a problem, that's what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
KSL quarters for Christmas time is 5:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a woman who was hospitalized after a 6-car crash in Eagle Mountain is sharing what she remembers about the crash and asking people to be more patient when they're driving. I'm KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson.
Second, the BYU football team is headed to the Alamo Bowl to play Colorado in a top 25 matchup. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
Cleaning up a crash, 7800 South Mountain View in West Jordan. That's the only crash so far. Freeway's off to a good start. Otherwise, I'm Andy Farnsworth from the KSL Traffic Center.
How about a breath of fresh air today as the inversion's been broken? Look for highs in the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now in Salt Lake City, it is 30 degrees from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. And time for a look at our top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The Russian government says President Vladimir Putin made a personal decision to grant Bashar Assad political asylum in Russia. Assad left Syria as his government collapsed after a rapid rebel offensive that President Biden called long overdue. From the White House, he noted Syria's longtime allies, Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah, could not save the Assad regime.
This is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States.
He said the U.S. carried out targeted strikes on targets in Syria as the U.S. warns about a possible resurgence of ISIS, and the question shifts to what happens next. Mick Mulroy is a former Defense Department official and ABC News contributor.
The biggest concern right now is who is in control of the major weapon systems, the chemical weapons that the Assad regime possessed.
Israel says it carried out strikes on targets that were linked to Syria's chemical weapons program. Tulsi Gabbard is President-elect Trump's choice for Director of National Intelligence. She's been criticized for her support of the Assad regime in the past, and today she's due to begin meeting with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. She's seeking Senate confirmation. Sean Diddy Combs in jail awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. He's pleaded not guilty. He's also facing civil suits. And now Jay-Z, real name Sean Carter, has been accused of sexual assault alongside Combs, says ABC's Phil Tate.
The woman who was identified as Jane Doe in this amended lawsuit says she was just 13 at the time and had wandered into a nearby bedroom when Carter raped her, followed by Combs. Now, Jay-Z has wasted no time blasting the attorney who is representing the alleged victim, accusing him of extortion, saying in part, quote, "These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one."
You're listening to ABC News.
BYU football posted a video last night of head coach Kalani Sitake talking about accepting an invitation to the Alamo Bowl. We wanted to share part of it with you. They're, of course, going to be facing Big 12 opponent Colorado.
On behalf of the BYU football program and our fans, our staff, our coaches, administration, we're really excited to be invited to the Valero Alamo Bowl. We're looking forward to the matchup. Obviously, I'm looking forward, for me, the destination is always about food too, and I know San Antonio can hold its own when it comes to food, so I'm looking forward to gaining some weight that week. But more than anything, I'm really excited about the matchup that we have against Colorado and Coach Prime. I've known Dion and been able to interact with him, and I'm a big fan of his. It's been fun to be able to watch him and him lead his team this year. And we've had some crossover games, so we've been able to watch their film and see how they perform. And we've been really impressed with what they do on the field. I love the way he leads his team. I love their connection to him. It's a great example to me as a coach to see the way he leads and the way he does it with his faith in Christ and in God. So we're really excited about this matchup, and we thank you for inviting us to the bowl game, and we're looking forward to the week, the festivities, and obviously the food. Go Cougs. Appreciate it.
Should tell you that Mitch Harper is going to be joining us this morning at 8:45. We'll talk more about this. I know on the surface it feels a little weird that you make a bowl game and end up playing a conference foe, but it is a matchup that didn't happen during the regular season. And for his part, Deion Sanders, coach of Colorado, of course, is talking about what an emotional day it's going to be for him because it'll be the last time he coaches his sons. And he has been by their side or on the sidelines for them, cheering them on since they were tiny as youth. So I think any dad could relate to that on what it means on the other side. And certainly with the attention of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, who likely are going to be Heisman Trophy winner and maybe first pick of the draft, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on it, which is always great for either program that will be participating. So that one's coming up on December 28th, but we'll talk more about it this morning. It's 5:19. Time for a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Let's go back over to Andy Farnsworth.
Well, Tim, couple of issues. First of all, we've got a crash cleanup going on at 7800 South and Mountain View, mostly affecting westbound lanes trying to go through that intersection that is on northbound Mountain View. Then there's a crash near the freeway 114th South in Draper. And I don't see any other slow spots actually on the freeways in Salt Lake or Davis County. Eric?
And it's looking good in Utah County, too, from Provo to the point of the mountain. You're looking at a 20-minute drive you're getting on at University Avenue. Out through the mountains, no problems on I-80 through Parley's Canyon. 189 looks clean through Provo Canyon. And US 40 along the Wasatch Back. No trouble going from Heber City northbound up the hill to Jordanelle Reservoir and beyond. Use Superior Water and Air for all your HVAC and plumbing needs. Call 974-9090 or visit SuperiorWaterAndAir.com. Superior Water and Air. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out with clean, clear, and fresh air today, folks. Take a deep breath. Partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 30s. Tomorrow, 40 degrees with sunshine. High pressure does start building back on Wednesday. I've got partly cloudy, 44, maybe a little bit of haze. You'll likely see the haze build back into the valley Thursday, Friday, highs in the mid-40s. Saturday, 49, partly cloudy skies. But wait, we have another moisture-starved system that'll break up the haze on Sunday, mostly cloudy, 46. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It just looks like this storm got pushed to the north of us, and then we'll drop over the other side of the mountain. So Colorado, Wyoming going to be getting some precipitation, and we miss out yet again. Right now it's 30 degrees, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quarters for Christmas is up and running for another season, and we want you to know where that money goes. 100% of it goes straight back to our community to put shoes on the feet of needy kids, also cozy coats and gloves and just about anything else they might need. We've been at it now for almost 60 years, and every year we set our goals and achieve and even surpass those goals with your help. But all of the funds go to great organizations here in the state. Utah's Education Foundations, the Crossroads Urban Center, the Catholic Community Services, the Road Home. All of them, of course, are right there where the rubber meets the road when it comes to those needs in our community. Visit our website at kslquarters.com. But remember, you can also stop by any Deseret Book location. There is also a link to all of those pages for donations. And if you can help, we will thank you in advance for helping keep those kids warm during what is promising to be a cold winter season. KSL Quarters for Christmas time is 5:23.
An airliner takes off from the Pacific Northwest, carrying 101 passengers and crew. Most aboard Flight 293 are active-duty military and their families, headed to Cold War assignments in Alaska.
Surveillance of the Soviet military buildup.
But somewhere over the ocean, with no distress call, the airliner plunges into the icy water below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, that aircraft would fly.
There were no survivors and no bodies were ever recovered. For decades, loved ones were left to wonder
what happened to Flight 293 and why hasn't there been any follow-up.
The government turned its back. Passengers and crew of Flight 293 were forgotten by everyone, except their families.
Unless we pursue it, we will never be issued a true explanation.
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now. Follow us at unsolvedhistoriespod.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Grandma. What's for dinner?
Hey, honey, I'm making stew tonight.
Ooh, can Nina come over?
I'm not sure about our new friend. I wonder if there's been any drinking going on. Alcohol at her age can lead to so many bad things. I've been meaning to ask you, what would happen if someone offered you a drink?
Grandma?
This is hard. She's so young, but I know I need to talk to her about it now before someone tries to give her alcohol. If anyone ever does offer you a drink, I want you to say no. I have too much respect for my family, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Okay.
Really?
I promise, Grandma. I love you too.
Okay, how about tasting this stew and telling me what you think?
Some children may try alcohol as young as 9 years old. It's not too early to talk about drinking. For tips on how to begin the conversation, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. That's underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. This message brought to you by SAMHSA and this station.
Jeff Kaplan. When I was a kid, my parents got me a subscription to Newsweek magazine. I would devour every page into the night. And to this day, I sit on my iPad looking for stories for my minute of news, flesh out our coverage, and I get to share the news with you.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's Money is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Amazon seemingly has everything, including flights. Amazon and Student Universe are teaming up to bring back their $25 flights for young adults looking to save money. The collaboration is only available for members of Amazon's Young Adults, formerly known as Amazon Prime Student, and I think it's for a limited time. They have a limited number of them, but they will be available starting today. I think they said at 1 o'clock. Retirees have more debt than ever. The Employee Benefit Research Institute reports that 6 in 10 retirees had debt this year. Of that group, 68% had credit card debt, 38% had mortgage debt, and 34% had car loans. Retailers are hard at work as the holiday shopping season continues, but they're also getting ready for the holiday returning season. Last year, $148 billion in holiday merchandise was returned to stores, that according to the National Retail Federation. Your money at this moment, everything down, but just a bit here. The Dow is off 6, the S&P is down about 4 1/4, and the NASDAQ is down 38 1/4 this hour. We've got some crashes in West Jordan and South Jordan to start off. I-15 looks fine, however, so far. We'll check the trouble spots next.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Festive Feaster.
Who wants another slice of Grammy's famous pumpkin pie?
I do.
I
do not. I think I need to lay down for a minute. You overdid it on all the family favorites, and now your stomach's throwing a Yuletide tantrum. Undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto Chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can get back to the feast and the festivities.
Who's ready for some games?
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
The KSL News Radio app will update you on breaking stories. A house explosion this afternoon. And you'll get exclusive audio streams from local events, breaking news, and sports.
Cougars feel like they can overcome anything.
All of your favorite KSL hosts are there too, so you can listen anytime. Plus traffic and weather. Download it today. The app for KSL News Radio.
Hey, this week the movie show broadcasts live from Hale Center Theater. You can give the gift of memories all year long and 2025 season tickets and gift cards. Just go to hct.org. Be listening coming up on Friday. 529, traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Always fun to be there with Sally, isn't it, Andy?
It is. She's so enjoyable and energetic, and
I know.
Those plays are amazing.
And they've got a great lineup next year, so I'm sure we're all looking forward to hearing you talk about it Friday. All right.
All right, right now, though, freeways, at least for now, full speed, Salt Lake County, Draper to downtown. We have a crash near the freeway on the traffic going east. Try to go underneath the freeway. You're going to see, you're going to have to move out of a lane right near 114. 14th. We've also got a crash being cleaned up at 7800 South Mountain View Corridor right now. There's a little bit of a northbound delay going through the intersection because the tow trucks are on the scene. Eric?
Seeing just a little dip in the speeds if you're eastbound I-80 through Parley's Canyon going by the East Canyon exit. Well, that's probably just an isolated slow-moving vehicle, but we'll keep an eye on it. The rest of the way out to the Park City area looking good. Out in Tooele County, SR 36, no difficulties with the fog this morning going on SR 36 northbound up to I-80 and then eastbound on the freeway past Saltaire and into the valley. Shop smart at Two Brothers Mattress with their lowest price guarantee and a 100-night trial. Your locally owned Two Brothers Mattress is your number one choice in Serta mattresses. Visit twobrothersmattress.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Well, that storm we were hoping for has petered out. We got the cold air, which has cleared out the valley, which is nice. But today, just a 10% chance we'll get showers, 38 for a high. Tomorrow, 40 degrees and nothing but sunshine. And really, the next best chance of precipitation might be coming the weekend when Saturday and Sunday we have a 20 and 30% chance. Right now, it's 30 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 5:30, and our top story this hour, air quality looking a lot better today thanks to that overnight cold front that helped clear out a lot of the gunk, but there could be more bad air on the way. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details. Adam?
Well, Tim, I'm looking at the KSL Air Quality Network right now, and air quality has improved drastically overnight with this cold front. Up and down the Wasatch Front, widely seeing green or good air quality all along the mountainside. However, National Weather Service senior meteorologist Monica Trapphagen tells me we will likely see another inversion form over the next couple of days, but at least it's not expected to be as bad as this last one.
Given that we just have a couple of days for that to build up, it should be far less impactful than the one we just had over the past several days.
Trapphagen also tells me by about Thursday or Friday, we could start to see a system of some kind start to move in and potentially break through this high-pressure lock we've been dealing with for the last week, which is what really helps these strong inversions form. So hopefully, as we get into the weekend, we can start to get out of this bad air trend and hopefully get some storms moving through the area. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
U of researchers want to protect kids from the poor air quality by installing air quality sensors on every high school athletic field in the state. Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering, Carrie Kelly, says they are have already begun to install these devices.
We have placed approximately 40 air quality sensors throughout the state of Utah, and many of those are in areas that either don't have any or have very limited air quality information.
Kelly says many counties in the state don't have a way to measure or forecast the air quality in their area. Winter parking rules will soon go into effect up Big Cottonwood Canyon. Mandatory reserved parking will begin on December 20th. It will be enforced from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. from Friday to Sunday and holidays. The rule affects the portion of SR 190 near the Willow Heights trailhead to the Guardsman Road intersection. The Salt Lake City Police Department says there have been a dozen thefts or attempted thefts of Kia and Hyundai vehicles since Thanksgiving. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson has the details. Verl?
Tim, police say all 13 thefts and attempted thefts happened in the Rose Park area. They say the thefts typically happen between 4 and 7 in the morning. Now, police say suspects would smash in windows and damage the ignition and steering, or they'd just take cars with key fobs left inside. Now, officials are reminding people to make sure they're taking steps to keep their cars from being stolen, like remembering to never leave your keys inside the vehicle or leaving the vehicle running when you're not there. Reporting live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. The search is widening for the gunman who killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Here's New York Mayor Eric Adams.
I don't want to do anything that's going to tip him off that we're on his trail, but we feel really good where we are. Finding the knapsack, getting the photos, the cab photo, looking at some of the evidence that is available to us, we feel really good where we are.
The backpack the shooter is seen wearing in the video was found in Central Park, but it did not contain the gun used in the shooting. President-elect Donald Trump is doubling down on the promise to start deportations on day one back in office. ABC's Mary Alice Parks reports on his first network interview since elected.
He thinks that all undocumented immigrants should be deported, should have to go. He sort of brushed aside concerns about separating families, said that, that he understands there's people with mixed status sort of families that if parents are undocumented and they're going to be deported, the family's going to have to decide what to do. He was blunt about that. And he said that he does want to try to end birthright citizenship.
He also said he wants to issue pardons as soon as possible. Hospitals across the nation, including here in Utah, continue to deal with a shortage of IV fluids.
The IV shortage was caused by Hurricane Helene, which took out the main production company in North Carolina. Jordan Sorensen with the Utah Hospital Association says Utah hospitals have about a 2-week supply on hand and are postponing IV intensive surgeries as they await some international supplies.
Baxter importing from Taiwan, China, Mexico, and the FDA granting waivers for those supplies to be used domestically.
Sorensen says the IV company hopes to be up and running by the new year. He says the hospitals will share resources among themselves. Tammy Kikuchi, KSL News Radio.
Already some problem spots out there, so let's get first look traffic with Andy.
Well, we've had a couple of crashes on the roads in Salt Lake County. 78 South, Mountain View Corridor is one of them. 114 South, right next to I-15, is the other. So far, though, on the actual freeway, I-15 and I-80 haven't seen any delays. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Some changes are coming to Social Security in 2025.
People who are receiving Social Security benefits will see a 2.5% increase in their monthly check next year thanks to the annual cost of living adjustment. DMBA certified financial planner Shane Stewart says this is a modest raise that is in line with inflation. He also noticed that next year you can make more without seeing a reduction in your benefits.
You can make $23,400 and still take your Social Security. If you make more than that, then you're getting reductions in your Social Security as well.
The full retirement age is also increasing in 2025. It will be 66 years and 10 months compared to 2024 when it was 66 years and 8 months. Michelle Rowe, KSL News Radio.
Utahns who are a part of the recent Medicaid expansion could be at risk of being dropped. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has more.
Experts are speculating that the Trump administration may decide to cut Medicaid expansion funding as part of his efficiency overhaul.
I think their target is to cut government spending and the deficit by quite a bit. And the only way to do that, the only way to get control of some of these federal funds is to make some difficult decisions.
Representative Robert Spendlove sponsored a Medicaid expansion bill back in 2018, and he believes it would be difficult for the state of Utah to make up for those lost federal funds. But as of now, there are no official plans to cut that Medicaid funding. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
Taylor Swift wrapped up her Eras tour last night in Vancouver. ABC's Allison Cossack points out a few important details since her worldwide performances kicked off last year and included 149 shows in 51 cities.
During the tour, she was also named Times Person of the Year and sent NFL viewership skyrocketing when, of course, she began dating Chiefs star Travis Kelce, which, by the way, I think she made about $17 million per show, which is more than Travis made per year.
Her concerts attracted an estimated 11 million fans, with the Federal Reserve even crediting the megastar with boosting the U.S. economy. We've got normal freeway travel times right now across the valley. No problems as you head up the mountains either. Traffic and weather together is next.
Spend your workday with a talk show that makes you feel better about the news.
Debbie is the voice of reason, and Dave reminds me of my little brother. Well-spoken, and they're a great team together.
Dave and Debbie, live from 9 to noon, or podcast the show on the app for KSL News Radio.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Imagine struggling with a slow, outdated computer that takes forever to load anything, that randomly freezes up and is filled with viruses and malware.
Now picture yourself with a powerful desktop or laptop that runs smoothly and efficiently, making your work and entertainment seamless. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $9.99, PCLaptops.com.
Looking for last-minute gifts? Shane Company can help, even if you're still planning to propose. We have a wide selection of hand-picked diamonds and colorful gemstones in stock for dream engagement rings. Come discover fine jewelry gifts in every price range, curated by our in-house design team and crafted with care to our high-quality standards. At Shane Company, we'll protect your gifts with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com to find your store's extended hours and the perfect holiday gifts. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, if you're just joining us this morning, two things you're going to notice. First of all, no rain, no snow. Well, which is an unfortunate thing. But colder air means that we have cleaner air along the Wasatch Front. All of those things coming up here in just a minute. It's 5:39, so let's double-check what's happening on the roads early this morning. Brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Here's Andy.
Well, so far, it's only a 20-minute drive from Draper to downtown on I-15, and it's only been 30 minutes between Ogden and Salt Lake. But we got a crash at 78 South Mountain View. It's been there for about an hour now as they clean it up. Still have a westbound lane restriction and a northbound lane restriction going through the intersection. Eric?
No delays if you're heading out through the Park City area. US 40 northbound looking good from Heber City up to Park City. I-80 through Parley's Canyon in good shape. If you're over on the 215 East Belt heading north from 6200 south past Mount Olympus up to the mouth of the canyon, don't see any problems there in Foothill Drive this early. Not going to have any delays going to the University of Utah. Discover hope, joy, and light in the new book, After All We Can Do by Dieter F. Uchtdorf. A beautiful gift for Christmas, available now at DeseretBook.com and in stores. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
How about 10-mile visibility? Yes, we've cleared the haze. Inversion is broken, partly cloudy skies today with a high of 38 in the valley. 22 overnight, clear skies. Tomorrow's 40, sunshine, beautiful for a Tuesday. Wednesday, I got partly cloudy, 44. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It does look like, and Matt just said it, that tomorrow morning's going to be much colder than it is right now. So still more cold air coming, but right now it's 30 in Salt Lake City. One of the big stories over the weekend, of course, was that Syrian President Bashar al-Assad is out. And the word this morning is he is in Russia somewhere. What does that mean for the people of Syria, and what's the U.S.'s involvement, if anything? We're going to talk with Karen Travers coming up here in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us. You'll find us streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Here's something you don't want to miss. We want to let you know about Advanced Garage Door. They're a great company that Deb and I discovered.
Kyle, what sets Advanced Garage Door apart from other companies?
At Advanced Door, we're always looking for the industry-leading and highest quality garage door parts. We handle everything from repairs and installations to maintenance and emergency services. Plus, we provide a lifetime warranty on all residential doors and parts.
A lifetime warranty? That's amazing. What does it cover?
Our lifetime warranty covers labor on residential doors, parts, and services, as long as our recommendations are followed. This means our customers can enjoy peace of mind knowing their garage doors are always protected.
That's fantastic. So if someone's garage door is giving them trouble, what should they do?
Just give us a call. Our certified technicians are available 24/7 to provide prompt and reliable service. We're here to ensure your garage door is always in top shape.
For all your garage door needs, visit advanced-door.com.
Or call 801-252-5977 today.
Advanced Garage Door, where we sell peace of mind.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's why sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin from aging and cancer. The FDA recommends using a sunscreen with an SPF of 15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are blocked. Remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun. Visit www.fda.gov/sunscreen for more information. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
At KSL, it is our hope that every child will have a warm and joyful holiday season.
So we need your help.
Donate today to KSL's Quarters for Christmas.
100% of your donation goes straight to the kids.
Donate online at kslquarters.com or at any Deseret Book location. Pennies,
dimes,
dollars. The money you give buys shoes and warm coats for Utah children in need.
We can't do it without your help.
Please give what you can today
at kslquarters.com. KSL News Time, 5:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
police say Kia and Hyundai vehicles have been the target of multiple thefts or attempted thefts over the last 2 weeks. Officials say some of them had the keys inside the vehicle. I'm KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson.
Second, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints held their annual First Presidency's Christmas devotional last night, with talks focusing on the spirit of Christmas. Third, traffic and weather together.
I-15 still clear of delays. We've got a crash right after you go underneath I-15 on eastbound 114th South, and lane restrictions still Mountain View at 7800 South. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's clean air to the rescue, but for how long? I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now in Salt Lake City, it is 30 degrees, and time for our top national stories from ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The Biden administration spent the weekend grappling with the sudden collapse of Bashar Assad's regime in Syria. Assad has fled. He's been granted political asylum in Russia. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, tells ABC.
From our perspective, it is good that he is gone. But as President Biden said, there is risk and uncertainty about what comes next. There's an opportunity to build something better in Syria. But there is concern that terrorists, jihadists, and other people who do not have the United States' best interests at heart, to say the least, could take advantage of this.
President-elect Trump has selected Tulsi Gabbard to succeed Sullivan as Director of National Intelligence. She's been criticized for past support of Assad, but she begins meeting with lawmakers today. Music mogul Jay-Z added to an amended civil lawsuit that alleges he and Sean Diddy Combs sexually assaulted a 13-year-old girl in 2000. Jay-Z called the accusation so heinous in nature a criminal charge should have been filed. He denies wrongdoing. This is ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. President Joe Biden says the fall of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad is a historic opportunity for the people of Syria. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers joins us live. It does not come without some concerns, however, does it?
Yeah, the president said yesterday, that at first he said it's historic at long last. The Assad regime has fallen. But he said, while this is a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their proud country, he acknowledged it's a moment of risk and uncertainty. And the president said, we all turn to the question of what comes next. And he said that, that means now for the United States, working with partners and stakeholders in the region to help support Syria and those countries that are neighbors there. He said he'll be speaking to leaders in the region in the coming days and sending senior officials to be on the ground. And again, supporting Syria's neighbors. The president also noted that the U.S. would be vigilant as the power shifts in Syria, because he said some of the rebel groups that took down the Assad regime have what he called their own grim record of terrorism and human rights abuses. He said the U.S. is clear-eyed about ISIS now trying to take advantage of any power vacuums to reestablish capabilities. And he said the mission against ISIS by the United States will be maintained.
We heard some strikes took place, maybe as many as 75 over there that were targeting ISIS. Anything new there?
Yeah, it was the president announced this yesterday that Sunday the U.S. had conducted a dozen precision strikes targeting ISIS camps and operatives in central Syria. This is a total of 75 targets. That is a very significant number. Another important part of this is that these strikes were inside central Syria, not eastern Syria, where we have about 900 U.S. forces. And that's where the retaliatory strikes have taken place after U.S. bases have been hit by rocket fire. So essentially looking at this as a potential opportunity for the United States to fly and then strike in areas where just, days ago, they would not have been able to do so or would not have considered doing so because it would have been a violation of the regime's sovereignty and put at risk the U.S. forces and bases that are in eastern Syria. So notable, this very significant move by the U.S. to strike at ISIS in that part of Syria, central Syria, where they would not have been targeting in the past.
It does not sound like many are surprised that al-Assad would end up in Russia, but that's the story this morning. Right. And Russia had been propping up his regime for quite a while.
Yeah, and the president said yesterday that, for years, Assad's main support had come from Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia, but that support had shifted dramatically. And he took some credit for it, saying because of U.S. support for Israel and Ukraine, as well as tough sanctions on Syria under Assad, that support then for Syria had collapsed, that all of those entities, Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia, are weaker today, as he put it, than they were when he took office. He said it's a result of the blows that Ukraine and Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States.
Karen, thank you, as always, for your coverage on this. It's something we're going to keep a close eye on with your help. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers joining us on the In-Depth at 15:45. Our quarters for Christmas time, 5:49. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the Dino Pay app. Andy Farnsworth is back in the traffic center.
And we've got traffic moving well on the freeway itself right now, I-15. There's a little bit of an I-80 slowdown right as you go underneath 215 coming from the airport towards Redwood Road. 201 freeway still delay-free. We've got some Mountain View slowdowns early on at 3500 South, and they're still cleaning up a crash at 78 South in Mountain View that's causing a little bit of a northbound delay because the left lane appears to still be blocked. Eric?
If you're out in Tooele County, SR 36 looking sharp going north this morning. And when you get onto I-80, at least for now, you're not going to run into any fog heading over into the valley using that or the 201 highway. Down Utah County, I-15 is cruising along at a normal pace, keeping an eye on the flow getting out to I-15 from Redwood Road, 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing, both looking good eastbound right now. Teens can get up to $200 with a Teen Learn and Earn account, plus continue earning rewards as they master the essentials of finance. More at cypresscu.com/teen. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, folks. How about some clean air today? Partly cloudy skies and a high of 38. Perfectly blue, sunny skies tomorrow, 40 degrees. Partly cloudy skies on Wednesday, 44. High pressure building back. We'll go for more haze on Thursday, partly cloudy, 45. Keeping the haze in the forecast Friday, maybe even Saturday. Highs in the mid and upper 40s, partly cloudy skies. Another moisture-starved system works in on Sunday. That'll clear the haze. Mostly cloudy skies, 46. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
There's some chilly temps out there this morning. We're in the teens in Park City, 19. Logan, 21. Let's see, Provo right on the freezing mark, 32 there, 26 in Ogden, and it's 30 here in Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. With so much going on with Cougar football over the weekend, including an extension for the coach, a bowl announcement as they head to the Alamo Bowl there in San Antonio. And what else? Seems like there was a lot more, but we're going to sort it all out tonight with Cougar Nation, as we have been. Mitch and Matt with you coming up at 6 o'clock tonight here in the home of the Cougars, KSL News Radio.
Hello, car donation hotline.
Hi, I'd like to donate a car to the Utah Kidney Foundation. Are you in Utah?
Awesome. Let's get some info and we'll send you a tow truck.
But I want my car donation to benefit my neighbor in Farmington who needs a transplant. Are you in Utah?
That's a no. I'm in SoCal, but you're still donating to charity.
What charity?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, I want my donation to stay in Utah.
Righteous dude. You need to call Tow Cars in Utah. Locals only, am I right?
Oh, yeah. I remember tow cars with a K like kidney. It's on a billboard somewhere. TOWKARS.org. That's it. Towcars.org.
If you'd like your vehicle donation to help Utah kidney patients in the Beehive State, please use the web address on their billboard, towcars.org, to donate your old car or truck. That's TOWK like kidney, ARS. Towcars.org.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you.
With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tim and Amanda.
Do I look forward to reporting the news? Yes, insofar as it helps me understand what's happening.
We know that it's important information that's going to impact people's lives, and so that makes the job of reporting the news that day easier.
Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The shooting of the United Healthcare CEO has companies ramping up security. Some already spent mega money to keep their leaders safe. Meta spent $24.4 million to surround CEO Mark Zuckerberg last year alone. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour book sold nearly 1 million copies in its first week on the shelves. The 256-page book has photos and personal reflections while on tour. It retails for about $40, which will really help with her Christmas budget. The most popular fast food restaurant for a date is Chick-fil-A. DatingNews.com surveyed 3,000 Americans, found that 16% prefer the chicken spot. Dairy Queen actually came in second, and third was a tie between Sonic Drive-In and Pizza Hut. Oh, I see. It's only fast food restaurants. I was thinking that's everybody's first choice for a nice romantic dinner out. The Dow is now in the green, but it's only up 6. The S&P is down 3 1/4, and the NASDAQ is off 42 points. Time this morning for Cougar Track, so let's check in with BYU insider Mitch Harper.
BYU football will face the Colorado Buffaloes in the Alamo Bowl. It's an all Big 12 matchup that pits two top 25 teams against one another. Colorado boasts a star-studded team led by head coach Deion Sanders, a.k.a. Coach Prime.
Playing against a wonderful storied university as BYU is unbelievable. You talk about leadership. You talk about extension of this man I'm looking at on the screen who's boasting about how much he's going to eat and all that. But don't get that mistaken. Don't get it twisted. He's a darn good football coach, and he's a leader of men, and he's a God-fearing man. So to see him and watch him and to glean from him and to get the opportunity to meet him at the Big 12 meetings, now to be able to compete against him is unbelievable.
BYU versus Colorado takes place on Saturday, December 28th in San Antonio. Kickoff is at 5:30 p.m. right here on KSL. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
Tim and Amanda.
One of the big differences, I think, between reading a story online and hearing it from us, Tim, is that, you and I are allowed to share a reaction. We need to be able to say, what in the world were they thinking? So that people listening will know. We feel it too. When we read a story that sounds ridiculous, we're right with you. It sounds ridiculous.
Well, we get caught up, I'm sure just like our listeners do sometimes, in death scrolling on social media. And fact-checking it on your own is tough. The great thing about tuning in every morning and starting your morning with us on KSL is you can count on the fact that when that information comes out of the radio in your direction, it comes from reliable sources.
It's already been fact-checked.
Right. And that's not always easy when you're getting it online. Finding who wrote it, when was it written, has it been updated with the current facts of the day that change sometimes minute to minute, not just day to day. Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
All the talks we've had over the years, including what you've told me about not using alcohol and other drugs, they stick with me. And believe it or not, they really do make a difference, especially at times that matter most.
Hey, want a drink?
No thanks, I'm good. So thank you, Dad, for talking and preparing me for what's ahead.
Thank you for talking.
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
The KSL News Radio app will update you on breaking stories. A house explosion this afternoon. And you'll get exclusive audio streams from local events, breaking news, and sports.
Cougars feel like they can overcome anything.
All of your favorite KSL hosts are there too, so you can listen anytime. Plus traffic and weather. Download it today. The app for KSL News Radio.
5:59, time for a look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Is that traffic stopped there on the 201, Andy?
Yeah, it's a crash at 7200 West, and so it looks like only the right lane getting by at the moment. There's vehicles on both sides of the road, and the delays have already stretched back to about 8000 West. Traffic's also slow on Mountain View going through West Valley at 3500 South. The crash at 7800 South and Mountain View also still affecting drivers through the intersection on the northbound side. Don't see any I-15 delays at the moment, but in Taylorsville there might be a crash around 4700 South, 2700 West. Eric?
In Utah County, city streets look good. Heading over to the freeway, no problem so far using 2100 North or Pioneer Crossing if you're coming out of Eagle Mountain or Saratoga Springs. And I-15 looks just fine from Spanish Fork to Point of the Mountain. That's a 24-minute drive. Out in Tooele County, SR 36 drivers northbound, no problems going up to Lake Point and I-80 and I-80 into the valley. You don't have the problems with fog or smog. This morning, heading eastbound, Rescue Mission of Salt Lake restores lives of homeless and hurting people by addressing the cause of homelessness and helping people return to work. Help Rescue Mission restore lives. Donate at rescuesaltlake.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
We're going to shoot for a high of 38 today, just a 10% chance of any precipitation. Right now, it is clear skies, 30 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 6 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes. Amanda Dixon with the week off. Our top story this hour, BYU now knows what bowl game they'll be playing in. It's going to be against another top 25 team. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with that story. Adam?
Tim, BYU is going to play Colorado in the Alamo Bowl just under 3 weeks from now. The Cougars and Buffaloes, of course, with the first two teams on the outside looking in for the Big 12 title game after some tough late-season losses. Both BYU head coach Kalani Sitake and Colorado head coach Deion Sanders say they're excited for the matchup and had a lot of good things to say about one another.
I'm really excited about the matchup that we have against Colorado and Coach Prime. I've known Deion and been able to interact with him, and I'm a big fan of his.
And just watching how he do things, he don't understand that he's truly a leader of men. And I appreciate the opportunity to be on the field opposed to him.
BYU and Colorado will play in San Antonio on Saturday, December 28th. You can catch it all right here on KSL News Radio. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
There was some other BYU football news over the weekend. The school announced late Saturday night that they extended the contract for head coach Sitake. The release says it was a long-term contract, although it didn't give many details. This year was BYU's third 10-season win under Sitake. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll hear from Kalani giving us his thoughts on Coach Prime and the Alamo Bowl. Utah will also be working to solidify their quarterbacks group with new offensive coordinator Jason Beck. Both Isaac Wilson and Brandon Rose announced on social media they have entered the transfer portal. A woman who was hospitalized in a 6-car crash in Eagle Mountain says she's not sure how she and her husband survived. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson has the details. Verl?
Tim, Dana Smith says she was heading to a doctor's appointment with her husband, Tim Smith, when the crash happened. Dana told KSL TV their lives changed in an instant.
We all have places to go, and we all have things to do, but is it worth hurting somebody that bad that it could potentially kill somebody?
Dana was released from the hospital on Saturday with over 20 stitches in her head, but her husband is still in the hospital, and no one knows when he'll be home. Live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Over 900 U.S. troops are stationed in Syria, and they will stay there, even after rebel groups overthrew the government. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
The terrorist group ISIS may see the power shift as an opportunity. Yesterday, the U.S. launched dozens of airstrikes on at least 75 ISIS targets in central Syria.
We're clear-eyed about the fact that ISIS will try to take advantage of any vacuum to reestablish its capabilities and to create a safe haven. We will not let that happen.
One general saying there should be no doubt we will not allow ISIS to reconstitute.
Russia has granted political asylum to the Assad family after they fled Syria. KSL weather now with Matt Johnson, who says the cold front that moved in overnight has made a huge difference in our air quality.
We have finally cleared the air, folks. 2 dry cold fronts that had a couple of snow flurries with them have now draped through the state, and we are looking at air quality indexes down below a 10. If you remember, it was just a couple of days ago at the height of this inversion event, folks, we had an AQI of 153. Air quality was into the healthy. Visibility was down. It was nasty, even with a little bit of fog.
Matt says the inversion will start to build again in a few days, unfortunately, but another storm system around the weekend should help clear it back out. Andy's back now with your first look traffic. Looks like we've got some emergency vehicles arriving on the scene of that accident, Andy.
Yeah, it's eastbound 201 at 7200 West, and actually there's one on the westbound side getting ready to go around and flip around to get back to where the crash is. Only the right lane getting by. I've got some debris in the intersection, so traffic on 201's backed up between 8000 and 7200 West right now. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
A 25-year-old motorcyclist is dead after crashing with a vehicle last night on Redwood Road in South Jordan. Police say the motorcyclist hit a car that was waiting to make a left turn. A man in Ogden facing multiple charges after police say he doused a woman in gasoline and tried to set her on fire. Police say it happened early Friday morning at a home near 29th and Lincoln. Court documents allude to some relationship dispute before the suspected attack. Notre-Dame held a public mass on Sunday for the first time since the historic building burned in 2019. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge is in Paris.
You've got to be one of those lucky people to actually have a ticket to get inside the cathedral, but they're going to have ceremonies at Notre-Dame for the next 7 days, marking this incredible moment, an incredible achievement after that very ambitious target was set of 5 years to get the cathedral ready in time.
Catholics here in Utah celebrating the reopening of Notre-Dame. Pastor and rector of the Cathedral of the Madeleine, Father Martin Diaz, tells KSL-TV they and the Catholic Diocese of Salt Lake City raised several $1,000s for Notre-Dame after it went up in flames 5 years ago.
I know that my very small collection, my very small gift, is some part of that cathedral. You know that a little part of this floor belongs to you. A little part of this paint belongs to you.
Father Diaz says he's proud of the small part they played in bringing the Notre-Dame back to life. And the Tabernacle Choir and Orchestra at Temple Square performed for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints' annual First Presidency's Christmas devotional last night. President Dallin H. Oaks, first counselor in the First Presidency, says Christmas is a time where our hearts are attuned to what's important.
The spirit of Christmas brings out the best in us. The warmth and light of Christmas is the light of Christ.
President Russell M. Nelson was in attendance but did not speak. We've got significant slowdowns. We're looking at it right now on the UDOT cameras, but significant slowdowns on eastbound 201 in Magna because of a crash as you approach 7200 South. Emergency vehicles now on the scene, but we'll check in with the team and get a better look at it coming up next.
Reliability, steadiness, trusted voices.
I'll listen to KSL in the morning. I use it to find my weather, to find my traffic. When you ask me what news is, I think of KSL first. We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
When it comes to your electrical system, do you know the warning signs to look for? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and it's okay if you don't know, but here are a few things that you might not even realize could be a sign of a bigger problem. Wall plates that are hot to the touch, discoloration around switches or outlets. If you hear crackling or popping or buzzing around switches or outlets, a breaker that trips a lot, switches that feel loose when you operate them, if your lights dim or flicker when a major appliance comes on, if your plugs fall out of the wall easily. You know, you're not supposed to have to bend the prongs out on a plug just to get it to stay in the wall. If you notice any of these things, you should consider having a licensed electrician check your system out. If you don't know anyone, Any Hour Services has put together a radio-only special for any homeowners listening. One of our licensed electricians will perform a comprehensive electrical inspection and give you a full written report for only $29, but you have to mention this ad when you call. To schedule your comprehensive electrical inspection by a licensed electrician for only $29, call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7300. That's 801-443-7300. Any Hour Services.
Advanced Window Products offers grabber window covers. High-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that your car's transmission is made up of 800 pieces. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's fixed over 40 million transmissions and that AMCO offers a nationwide warranty.
Check out AMCO's multiple financing options. so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow.
That's AMCO, AA, MCO.
With the holidays right around the corner, it's time to get ready for friends and family by calling the cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at just $119 and a 4th room free with a food donation to the Utah Food Bank. Give the tech a bag of non-perishable food and get the 4th room clean free. Call Zero Res at 801-288-9376 or go to zerores.com and ask for the KSL special. Spell it forward or backward. It's the right way to clean. Zero Res.
It is BYU Colorado to meet in the Alamo Bowl coming up on the 28th of December. We'll be talking more about that this morning. Matter of fact, Mitch Harper will join me at about 8:45, so make sure you're here. 6:09, traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Let's get the latest on the drive with Andy.
Well, right now, travelers on the 21st South Freeway out on the west side are backed up between 8,000 and 7,200 west. There might be 2 crashes. There's for sure one at 7,200, but it looks like there might be one as well closer to the 8,000 west intersection, so be prepared for delays in Magna on 201. Mountain View delays have cleared out in West Valley for now at 3,500 south, and it looks like they finally got the crash cleared at 7,800 south, so I'm not seeing any more slowdown through that intersection. Heather?
No problems right now through Weber and Davis County. You've got a good drive if you are traveling from Ogden to downtown Salt Lake. That's less than 30 minutes on I-15. Also looks like our fog has cleared out that we've had for the last 4 or 5 days, so you shouldn't have problems with visibility. And no accidents reported on city streets or major freeways. Eric?
Just a touch of slowing now on SR 36 coming out of Tooele County northbound, right at the entrance ramp at Lake Point to go eastbound. I-80, we'll see if that develops into anything more. I-15 Utah County right now, you're looking at normal travel times if you're down in Santa Quinn Payson all the way up to Thanksgiving Point. No problems along the way. Provo Canyon looks good on 189. Celebrate the 80th anniversary of America's first Nutcracker at Ballet West with music performed live by the Ballet West Orchestra. Reserve your seats for this holiday tradition at balletwest.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Air quality indexes today in the green. I've got partly cloudy skies, clean air, temperatures up near 38. 22 overnight, clear skies. We'll go 40 degrees, sunshine on Tuesday. Wednesday, partly cloudy, 44. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 30 degrees in Salt Lake City. Let's try to remember how many years ago it was that the ruby slippers that were worn, of course, in The Wizard of Oz were stolen. Do you remember that story? Well, they got them back, and then they put them up for auction over the weekend. I think they expected they'd take in about $3 million, but wait till you hear what the final bid was for them. We're going to talk with Jim Ryan about that coming up here in just a minute. Streaming live, of course, at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Our friends at Utah Community Credit Union have been putting people over profits now for 7 decades, and they have a great idea. They did this last year, too. They have a great idea to give you some money for Christmas right now. All you have to do is transfer your auto loans or credit card balances to UCCU. And first of all, you'll take advantage of the low interest rates that we have talked about almost week in and week out with UCCU. But on top of that, you're going to earn 1% cash back up to $250 on every loan that you transfer. Rates have dropped, so now's the perfect time to transfer your loans to UCCU to free up that cash every month. But back to that 1% offer, that means if you owe $21,000 on your auto loan and you move it to UCCU, you can drive away with $210 extra in your pocket today. It's real easy to do. All you have to do is open UCCU's mobile banking app or visit uccu.com/holidays. You don't have to be a member, by the way. So find out more. Go to uccu.com/holidays. You're going to love where you bank.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The murder of two men forces their families to wrestle with impossible questions. Who is forgiveness for? Does everyone deserve a second chance? Follow Season 2 of The Letter, Ripple Effect, at theletterpodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're struggling with your mortgage, there's a free government program that offers expert one-on-one advice about your mortgage options. Call 1-888-995-HOPE or visit makinghomeaffordable.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Treasury, HUD, and the Ad Council.
KSL Quarters for Christmas time is 6:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
BYU football's bowl matchup is now set. The Cougars will be taking on Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes in the Alamo Bowl. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a woman who was hospitalized in a six-car crash in Eagle Mountain says she's not sure how she and her husband survived. Third, traffic and weather together.
Well, 21st South Freeway is the big delay right now in the Salt Lake Valley between 8000 and 7200 West. Couple of crashes causing that backup. And we've got traffic backing up now on I-80 as you merge on from Lake Point, heading towards the 201 split. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
How about a breath of fresh air today as the inversion's been broken? Look for highs in the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 30 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, and time for a look at our top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. It's 5 days after the daylight killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City, and there's still no motive and no information about the suspect's identity. ABC's Aaron Katersky says authorities who are continuing their manhunt have found some helpful clues, including the gun that was used.
It is a distinctive weapon. They think it may be a veterinary-type gun used on ranches and farms to put down an animal because it can fire a quiet shot with that long barrel. They don't think it had a separate screwed-in silencer. The magazine is in the grip. It's bolt action, so it has to be manually cycled, and he did show some proficiency with the weapon.
Rap mogul Sean Combs is in a New York jail. He's awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. He's pleaded not guilty, but one of the civil lawsuits against him has been amended with another defendant added, Jay-Z, real name Sean Carter, accused of sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl alongside Combs at a party in 2000. Jay-Z denied the claims, saying the allegations are so heinous that the accuser should file a criminal complaint. The Russian government says President Vladimir Putin's decided to grant Syrian President Bashar Assad political asylum. The Assad government collapsed over the weekend after a 14-year civil war, and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says moving forward,
we're prepared to work with anyone in Syria who wants a stable, inclusive, democratic future for that country. That's what we intend to drive toward.
But there's an immediate concern in Syria, according to Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who pointed at the power vacuum.
Such as ISIS could try to take advantage of this opportunity and regain capability.
He's traveling in Japan, while in Washington, more meetings scheduled for President-elect Trump's cabinet picks, including Tulsi Gabbard, whom he's nominated for Director of National Intelligence. She has been criticized for her past support of the Assad regime in Syria. You're listening to ABC News.
We heard earlier this morning about the numbers from the box office over the weekend, and Wicked was right there at the top of the list. It has really spawned a lot of new interest in The Wizard of Oz. Jim Ryan joins us now, ABC News correspondent. He's in Dallas. I wonder if, Jim, that had something to do with the price of these ruby slippers that went up for auction.
Well, I think it stands to reason, Tim. If people are interested in Wicked, they're interested in the Wizard of Oz story and interested in paying for that interest. Certainly a bidder at Heritage Auctions here in Dallas over the weekend was willing to do that, paying a record. The initial bidding was $1.55 million. Well, during the live auction on Saturday, that price skyrocketed to $28 million, with the auction house fees paid in $32 million for a pair of ruby red slippers from the Wizard of Oz.
Boy, this one has had a long tail, hasn't it? Because these were once stolen.
They were stolen, I think, in 2003. A guy who was sort of a lifelong thief and thought he was kind of a movie-esque cat burglar took a hammer, broke into the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, then in the museum smashed open the case and stole the shoes. He apparently thought those were real rubies on there, so he took them to someone to try to fence them for $1 million. The fence, in this case, said those are not real rubies, those are glass, and I want nothing to do with this. So the shoes essentially went away for about the next 15 years or so. Well, the FBI recovered the shoes in 2018. The thief, Terry John Martin, was convicted of the theft. He's 77 years old and in bad health, and so he was sentenced to time served. The shoes went up for auction, and sure enough, they fetched this record amount for any piece of movie memorabilia, Tim.
We don't know who bought them, do we, or where that money goes?
Well, no. Well, the money goes to Heritage Auctions and the purchaser, the previous owner of the shoes, the legitimate owner. So, and we have to assume what's going to happen is that this person will hold on to them, maybe put them on display somewhere. But this is an investment, clearly. So the person hopes that the amount rises even from $28 million.
Yeah, that's an amazing $28 million. All right, Jim, thanks.
Thanks, Tim.
ABC News correspondent Jim Ryan helping us out this morning on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. All right, 6:19, traffic and weather together. Again, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Here's Andy.
Tim, slowdowns on the 201 freeway are pretty thick in Magna right now between 84 and 7200 west. If you're in Magna, maybe take 35th south over to Mountain View or to 7200 and then go connect from there. So far on I-15, we've had the full speed limit. No slowdowns on the main flow. Still have a crash eastbound 114th south right after you go underneath I-15 in Sandy. Heather?
Weber and Davis County drivers are also traveling at freeway speeds on I-15 US 89 Legacy Parkway. Most of that traffic is heading southbound towards Salt Lake City, and traffic's starting to fill in just a little bit, but so far no brake lights are showing up. And you've got a nice commute on all the city streets as well with no accidents. Eric?
Northbound slowing SR 36 as it culminates at I-80 at Lake Point if you're in Tooele County this morning. And we'll see if those continue. It may be because of just congestion, but we'll see if the crash is involved as part of that. But at least you don't have any fog on I-80 eastbound from there getting into the valley. I-15 Utah County, that's looking good northbound and southbound. Is the IRS harassing you, garnishing your wages, or threatening asset seizure? Get immediate relief. Contact Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox. Visit taxhelput.com. That's taxhelput.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out with clean, clear, and fresh air today, folks. Take a deep breath. Partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 30s. Tomorrow, 40 degrees with sunshine. High pressure does start building back on Wednesday. I've got partly cloudy, 44, maybe a little bit of haze. You'll likely see the haze build back into the valley Thursday, Friday, highs in the mid-40s. Saturday, 49, partly cloudy skies. But wait, we have another moisture-starved system that'll break up the haze on Sunday, mostly cloudy, 46. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
We are below the freezing mark this morning. It's 28 degrees now downtown, and the first thing you're going to notice is you can actually see the mountains, or at least a silhouette of them this morning as those skies start to lighten up. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Just another reminder with all of the big Cougar football news over the weekend. Look forward to being a part of Mitch and Matt's Cougar Nation coming your way tonight at 6 o'clock. It'll be the Cougs and the Buffaloes of Colorado, June 28th, San Antonio for the Alamo Bowl. December. What did I say? Oh, yeah, don't wait till June. It is December 28th. That would be a long wait, wouldn't it? Anyway, we'll talk more about it coming up this morning. Matter of fact, Mitch will join me at 8:45. All right, KSL News Time, 6:22.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, almost 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections, or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals.
I'm Maria Chaleos, and I'm so glad to have Salt Lake City Fat Loss on my side during the holiday season when many people gain weight. I'm keeping off that 40 pounds and staying accountable with their great app. Jumpstart your weight loss before the holidays. Check it out at slcfatloss.com. slcfatloss.com.
Go to slcfatloss.com and save big now. Almost 20% off, only through December 31st.
Results may vary.
Odyssey Dance Theater's Christmas Spectacular. Starring David Osmond. All your favorite Christmas season events in one production. Visit odysseydance.com for show details and tickets.
Tech scams, identity thieves, data leaks. Hearing about these online threats every day can be stressful. But don't worry. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? Well, it means you won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Time to take a look at Utah's money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Shares for United Health Group fell 5% on Friday when the bell rang, extending the weekly loss to 10%. That's a loss of $55 billion, according to Widechart's data. Gas prices nearing 3-year lows. AAA reports that gas prices have dropped to $3.03 a gallon nationally. The last time the average was below $3 was in May of 2021. Today in Utah, the average price for a gallon of gas, $2.96. The Wall Street Journal's annual Management Top 250 report found that Apple is the best-run company in the U.S. Apple took the #1 spot from Microsoft, which is now in second. Other tech companies follow NVIDIA in third. Intel now is in fourth place. Your money at this moment, markets are mixed but narrow trading. The Dow, the only one in the green, and it's only up 17 points. The S&P is down 4 1/4. The NASDAQ off 44. Just one note here from Market Watch. We were just talking about NVIDIA. Where were they on the list? NVIDIA was third as far as best-run companies. NVIDIA now reportedly facing China antitrust probe, and we'll take a look closer at what that means to the stock over the coming months. Coming up in just a minute, we'll get the latest on your drive-in traffic and weather, and that SR 201 still slow this morning, out around 7200 south.
Imagine the peace of mind knowing when you transfer your credit card balances to a Hercules First Federal Credit Union Visa, you get card NAV security as part of your package. Transfer the balance of your current credit card today and enjoy 3.99% interest for the first 6 months and 9.95% fixed APR. Receive 1 reward point for every dollar transferred. And then there's card NAV security, the total package for protecting your card against those who would like to steal your information and use it for themselves. Just download the app and you control your Visa card like never before. Visit HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com and learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. All accounts insured to $250,000 by NCUA. On approved credit, membership required, based on eligibility.
Dave and Dujanovic.
If you're driving to work or you're driving the kids to a soccer game, we're your in-car companions.
People will come up to me and say, "Oh, I talk to you every day. You don't realize it because I'm talking at the radio, but I talk to you every day."
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio. The KSL News Radio app will update you on breaking stories.
A house explosion this afternoon.
And you'll get exclusive audio streams from local events, breaking news, and sports.
Cougars feel like they can overcome anything.
All of your favorite KSL hosts are there too, so you can listen anytime. Plus traffic and weather. Download it today. The app for KSL News Radio.
Amanda will be back on Friday, and then Friday afternoon, 3 to 5 o'clock, we'll be live from the Salt Lake NPS store at 1600 Empire Road. If you want more details, go to npsstore.com. It is 6:29. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Andy's back in the traffic center.
Well, it looks like we might be having two lanes get by the crash at 7200 West now. We still have slowdowns that go back to about 8000 West, but some of the debris appears to be out of the way where it was in traffic earlier. Northbound Mountain View starting to slow again at 3500 South. Bangor beginning to slow around 5400 South, but I-15 still delay-free from Draper through Salt Lake. Heather?
Starting to see a little bit of crowding on US 89 in the Ogden area, especially around Harrison Boulevard. That's very typical. Also, SR 193 seeing quite a bit more traffic as you move between Main Street over to I-15 and toward Hill Air Force Base. I-15 itself, though, that is still at speed, less than 30 minutes from Ogden to Salt Lake. Eric.
From Provo to Lehigh, northbound 15 in Utah County, looking solid, getting over to the freeway. Not any major issues so far on the major feeders. If you're heading northbound SR 36 in Tooele County at Lake Point, expect things to slow down as you get onto the on-ramp to go eastbound I-80, but by the time you get to the 201 highway, you're back up to a normal pace. Revere Health encourages you to schedule your preventative care and annual checkups to help increase the potential to live your most healthy and active life. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner for life. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
38 for a high today, nothing but sunshine tomorrow and 40. The one thing you notice, not talking much about precipitation. That storm looks like it's going to go just over the top of Utah and drop on the other side of the Rockies. Unfortunately, we do get the cold air, which has cleared the skies out a bit. Right now, 28 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio.
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 6:30, and our top story this half hour is that air quality much better shape today, but another inversion expected to start forming tomorrow. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has the details. Adam?
Tim, air quality is now predominantly in the green up and down the Wasatch Front today, so a huge improvement overnight. But another inversion is expected to start forming tomorrow. And the good news is, though, it's not expected to be in place long enough to deteriorate the air nearly as bad as this last week. National Weather Service senior meteorologist Monica Traphagen tells me we might even see a storm Thursday or Friday at the earliest.
And then after that, it looks like, continued unsettled, more of a pattern with consistent storms. So we shouldn't see significant inversions develop again over the next 7 days at least.
So we could see that inversion form back in. Overall, air quality should be much better shape this week. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Researchers at the University of Utah are working with state health officials to put air quality sensors near high schools around the state. Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering Carrie Kelly says these sensors will help protect students when they are outside.
Just for example, whether or not you might modify training activities, especially if, let's say, you've got an asthmatic student who's participating in, let's say, track and field. So maybe you have them train inside.
Kelly says there's already 40 sensors in facilities installed around the state, mostly in rural areas. Winter parking rules will soon go into effect up Big Cottonwood Canyon. Mandatory reserve parking will begin on December 20th. It will be enforced from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. from Friday to Sunday and holidays. The rule affects the portion of SR 190 near the Willow Heights trailhead to the Guardsman Road intersection. The Salt Lake City Police Department warning people who own Hyundai and Kia vehicles after a series of thefts and attempted thefts. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson joins me live with that story. Verl?
Tim, police say there have been 13 thefts and attempted thefts in the Rose Park area over the last 2 weeks. Officials say suspects would take cars with keys or key fobs inside, or they'd just smash in windows and damage the ignition to take the vehicle. Police say the thefts mostly happened between 4 and 7 a.m. Now, Kia and Hyundai settled a class action lawsuit in California that alleged the vehicles didn't have an engine immobilizer that helps prevent theft. Now, after the settlement, Kia has offered free software upgrades for affected vehicles as long as they're eligible. Live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
Now a look at our top national stories this hour. New York police searched a Central Park pond for evidence in the killing of the United Healthcare CEO.
Authorities still have not found or named him, but they believe the suspect escaped by bus about 45 minutes after United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was gunned down. Police searching in Central Park for a second day, divers scouring the water for evidence, including the distinctive murder weapon and the bicycle the suspect was seen pedaling away from the crime scene. The pond is close to the spot where police found what they believe is the suspect's backpack. Sources tell ABC News it contained a jacket and Monopoly money. Detectives are trying to determine if the play money was meant as some sort of statement.
ABC's Aaron Katersky reporting. President-elect Donald Trump says he wants to issue pardons as soon as he returns to office. Here's ABC's Mary Alice Parks.
He was asked specifically about those January 6th rioters, people who stormed the Capitol, and he has said that he would pardon them. You know, in the past, members of his campaign team have tried to sort of walk a fine line, say, well, to your point, maybe he's not talking about everyone. Maybe he's not talking about people who were charged with very serious violent crimes. But I think it was very interesting that during this interview, he did not make any distinction. He said, people who were there on January 6th, and he wants to move quickly. He wants to pardon them.
The president-elect also spoke about immigration, confirming he wants to try to end birthright citizenship. Utah's hospitals are receiving less than 50% of the regular shipments of IV fluids, thanks to a plant impacted by Hurricane Helene in North Carolina. KSL News Radio's Tammy Kikuchi has more.
The plant is slowly getting back up to speed, but hospitals have been receiving less than half of their usual allocations. Some elective surgeries, like arthroscopic and prostate surgeries, are being delayed into the new year. Supplies from Taiwan, China, and Mexico are coming into the U.S., but need approval for domestic use. Local hospitals have about a 2-week supply on hand and are sharing with each other to fill the demand. The production company hopes to be up to full speed by the new year. Tammy Kikuchi, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic, and Andy, it seems like we've had more than our share of flashing lights for a Monday.
Yeah, thankfully none of the crashes have been like the massive multiple-mile delay crashes. The biggest one right now still probably 201 freeway at 7200 West, causing about a half-mile of delay. And then there's a crash underneath I-15 on 114th South in Sandy, but that's had only a little bit of an impact for traffic that's trying to get over to State Street. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Get ready for changes in Social Security in 2025.
Those receiving Social Security benefits will see a bit more in their monthly checks next year. The Social Security Administration says that in 2025 there will be a 2.5% increase for recipients.
It'll be an increase, but it won't be as much as they've been accustomed to in the past couple of years.
DMBA certified financial planner Shane Stewart says that in 2022 the increase was nearly 9%, but this year's adjustment is in line with inflation. Another change is Social Security offices are moving back to in-person appointments and recommend you make an appointment. Michelle Rowe, KSL News Radio.
The future of Medicaid expansion in Utah is uncertain if President-elect Trump decides to make cuts. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson reports.
This would only be the case if, in fact, the incoming president decides to cut funding. Then the state of Utah would have to make up the difference. Representative Robert Spenlove sponsored a Medicaid expansion bill back in 2018, and he believes it would be difficult for the state of Utah to do.
There are no official plans to cut the Medicaid funding as of right now. There would be 8 other states facing the same dilemma if cuts are made. Almost 80,000 Utahns are part of the Medicaid expansion. And it's the end of an era for Taylor Swift. Her Eras Tour has officially come to an end. The tour wrapped up last night in Vancouver after 150 shows in sold-out stadiums in 5 different continents.
The tour started in March of 2023 in Glendale, Arizona, becoming the highest-grossing tour of all time, pulling in an estimated $2.2 billion. Her concerts, which attracted an estimated 11 million fans, with the Federal Reserve even crediting the megastar with boosting the U.S. economy.
ABC's Allison Cossack says during the tour, Swift was also named Times Person of the Year, and she spent roughly 500 hours on stage. Both lanes getting through now. The 201 delays continue in Magna out there about 7200 south for eastbound traffic. We'll check it all with traffic and weather together.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station, as close as your pocket.
I usually go to the KSL app.
Because it's on your phone, you have such a wide ability to choose what you're listening to.
That's the only news app that I use.
Listen anytime, anywhere with the KSL News Radio app.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other night, Dee and I had the chance to see Beauty and the Beast, Disney's Beauty and the Beast, at Hale Center Theater. It is something you do not want to miss this holiday season. The voices delivering those beloved songs to perfection is simply wonderful. I asked Dee, what was your favorite part? And she's seen a lot of versions of Beauty and the Beast, literally around the world. She said, where do you possibly start on this? But the costumes were spectacular. She loved Belle's ensemble. With Hale Center Theater's magic, it is incredible. The staging and the special effects, the transformation from Beast to the Prince is simply masterful. Hale Center Theater, don't miss Beauty and the Beast. And give a gift of Hale Center Theater. Whether it's tickets to A Christmas Carol, gift cards make a great gift, season tickets to the 2025 season, it awaits you. Go to hct.org.
At Common Spirit Health, we know that lifelong health and well-being starts with primary care. So we have doctors and providers who see you, hear you, know you, and understand you. Because understanding you means understanding your needs. And that leads to a deeper knowledge of the prevention, wellness, and treatment options that may be best for you. It's primary care that treats your whole family like family. It's primary care with human kindness. Discover all the ways you can find and connect with a primary care provider at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Planning to propose this holiday? Shane Company is ready to help you find your dream engagement ring. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. So when you walk in the door, you can trust your rock is in stock. At Shane Company, we've always sourced directly, cut out the middleman, and pass the savings on to you. We work with your budget, not against it. We'll also protect your ring for life with our free unmatched lifetime warranty. Come see us at shaneco.com and in-store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KSL News Time, 6:39. Traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Back over to Andy Farnsworth.
Well, traffic from Draper to downtown only taking you about 20 minutes. If you're going underneath the freeway on 1400 South, eastbound traffic, you're going to see still flashing lights as you go underneath the freeway. Move to the left just a little bit. On the 201 freeway, traffic still backed up a bit around 7200 West, where we have cleanup of an earlier crash. Heather?
And we're still seeing traffic fill in. Southbound I-15, mostly you're going to see some heavier spots between Clearfield and Centerville. The good news is there's no accidents right now, so it's still less than a 30-minute commute to get from Ogden to Salt Lake. If you need to get to the airport, transitioning to Legacy Parkway and the West Side Belt are great options for you. And there's no fog, so good visibility this morning. Eric?
Likewise, weather isn't playing a role on I-80 coming out of Tooele County eastbound, and it had for many days in a row. But right now, you've got clear visibility, but you do have slowdowns in Lake Point, northbound SR 36, going through town and getting up onto the on-ramp to eastbound I-80. The rest of Tooele County driving looks pretty good. I-15, Utah County, no trouble there on the freeway. Over 1,000 people live on Utah streets. Please help the rescue mission of Salt Lake provide meals, shelter, and a permanent way off Utah streets. Help now at rescuesaltlake.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Big talker for the day is the clean air, folks. I've got partly cloudy skies, air quality in the green, and highs in the upper 30s. Overnight, clean, clear air, temperatures in the low 20s. 40 tomorrow, sunshine with the haze trying to build back by midweek. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 28 degrees in Salt Lake City. We told you that the Notre-Dame cathedral held its first Mass over the weekend. President-elect Trump was there over the past several days. He was there for the ceremony, and it opens to the public today. We're going to go in depth with KSL TV's Brian Carlson coming up in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us. Right now, though, it's time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, and it is brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
Back when she was a little puppy, my dog Lola would look way up at the mantel over the fireplace and just stare day after day till we figured out she was fascinated by the elf on the shelf. She didn't tear it apart like her other dog toys. She would just curl up with him. Them. It. Don't know. But I do know that years later, Lola's become tired of the elf perched way up there. Tired, as are a lot of parents, because the elf on the shelf is so much work. If you don't know, the whole elf thing was created by a pair of sisters from Atlanta. One of them is Chandra Bell. Along with her mom, she wrote a book about a family custom, and she called it Elf on the Shelf, a Christmas tradition.
We couldn't get anyone to publish it. So it's either a good idea you have and that's all it will ever be, or you're going to have to do something with it. Ended up starting our own publishing company.
Chandra and her sister formed that company in 2004. And 2 decades later, that elf has brought home a sleigh full of Christmas cash. The sisters are worth an estimated $50 million, and a lot of stressed out parents have had enough. Along with all the other demands of Christmas, you have to hide the elf every night. A lot of moms and dads stage sugary, sweet, elaborate little scenes. In a lot of families, there's a gift that goes with finding the spindly little doll, and parents on TikTok are outdoing each other with cuter and cuter scenarios and gifts, leaving some, like Beryl Ann here, to post.
I'm just sitting here minding my own business when I remembered I have to do Elf on the Shelf later. And for the next 25 days, whoever invented Elf on the Shelf, I hate you.
Ooh.
That's for you, buddy.
I'll let you imagine what that is. Apparently aimed at Chandra Bell, who acknowledges her creation can be a grind. She tells the New York Post, people who get it, get it. Not everyone's going to like everything, which is true, according to my dog, who might have a future as the Grinch's sidekick.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
Sometimes when our furnace stops working, it's something simple we can fix ourselves, if we only knew how. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the next time your furnace stops working, before you call a company out to fix it, try this first. Go shut the furnace down and make sure your air filter is clean. Go around the house and make sure the vents are open and there's nothing blocking the return air. If it's been a while since you've changed the batteries in your thermostat, go ahead and do that too. Then go turn the furnace back on, and if it stays on, you're probably good. If it stops working again, you're probably going to want a technician to check it out. If you don't know one, Any Hour Services has a special offer for any homeowners listening. One of our HVAC technicians will diagnose and troubleshoot your furnace for only $29. Then they'll explain what they found and present you with repair options. And don't worry, our technicians service all brands. Call Any Hour Services and let them know you heard about this $29 troubleshooting special on the radio. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL quarters for Christmas time is 6:45. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
air quality is widely in the green today thanks to an overnight cold front. Another inversion is expected to form starting tomorrow, but it's not expected to be nearly as bad as this last one. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, the Salt Lake City Police Department warning people who own Hyundai and Kia vehicles after a series of thefts. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
I-15 traffic has been moving just fine through Salt Lake County. It hasn't been too bad through Davis County. It's the 21st South Freeway that's had some troubles this morning in Magna, and I-80 a little bit as you merge on in Lake Point. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's clean air to the rescue, but for how long? I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now in Salt Lake City, 28 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time to check in with ABC News as the search continues for the murderer of the United Healthcare CEO.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. It's 5 days since the CEO of United Healthcare was shot and killed in New York City. And ABC's Aaron Katersky says authorities still have not determined a motive or identified the suspect.
United Healthcare is declining to answer questions posed by ABC News, including whether the company has offered to contribute to the reward money for information leading to an arrest. Detectives are optimistic they're closing in, but heading in now to a 6th day of searching, they still do not have an identity of the suspect or anyone in custody.
An amended lawsuit in New York accuses Jay-Z, real name Sean Carter, of sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl in 2000 alongside Sean Diddy Combs. Both deny the allegations. Combs is in jail awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. He has pleaded not guilty. Russia's granted political asylum to the ousted Syrian leader Bashar Assad, and more of President-elect Trump's cabinet picks continue meeting with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. This is ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. The Notre-Dame Cathedral held its first Mass on Sunday. Many Catholics here in Utah played a small part in the rebuild of the historic building after it burned down in 2019. KSL TV's Brian Carlson has the story.
It's the sound of a new day in Paris, echoed here in Salt Lake City.
Our bells rang here at noon to be in sync with them. I would love to have been there today to see the opening.
Father Martin Diaz, pastor and rector of Salt Lake's Cathedral of the Madeleine, is thrilled to see the rebirth of Notre-Dame in Paris.
And now today, oh man, it was just it's joy. It's complete joy.
When the fire ravaged France's famed cathedral in 2019, Father Diaz says the Catholic Diocese of Salt Lake City raised money statewide to help rebuild it, including downtown at the Cathedral of the Madeleine.
We raised about $5,000, which for us, for a take-up a collection on Sunday, is a very substantial amount.
Though small, like the widow's mite from the Bible, Diaz feels proud they now have a piece of Notre-Dame.
I know that my very small collection, my very small gift, is some part of that cathedral. You know that a little part of this floor belongs to you. A little part of this paint belongs to you.
Father Diaz also knows how much each contribution, like Utah's, meant to Notre Dame's then rector Patrick Chavet, who Diaz met shortly after the fire.
What he talked about is we've been there for 800 years, and we're going for another 8.
Those next 800 years, starting today.
Write down this in history. It's history in the making.
You know, no matter what your faith or where you live, it was just astounding. And I actually got a text a minute ago from one of our listeners talking about this. The number of people, organizations, individuals, architects, historians who came together from all over the world to try and restore this amazing building back to its original form, which was a huge undertaking. And there have been stories of organizations, companies like Disney, who actually stepped up and provided the sketches and details that they used for the movie Hunchback of Notre Dame, and a video game company who had digital renderings of Notre Dame for the creation of their own video game. Just astounding, really. And the fact that it's open again is a testament to the fact that when we all really want to come together to do something of importance in the world, we can do it. Just a great, great story this morning, and our thanks to KSL TV's Brian Carlson. All right, 6:49. That's our quarters for Christmas time. Time for a look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Back to Andy Farnsworth.
Right now, Tim, I-15 traffic is still only a 20-minute commute through the valley going to the freeway. They finally cleared the crash, it looks like, on 114th South underneath I-15. We've got some Taylorsville delays, though, on Bangor going over the 5400 South overpass. And we still have some slowdowns on the 201 freeway, 7200 West to deal with. Heather?
Still no delays getting from Ogden to Salt Lake on I-15 Legacy Parkway or the West Davis corridor. You do have a little bit of congestion on US 89 near Harrison Boulevard. But if you're heading into the mountains, I-84 looks great to and from Morgan. Eric?
I-15 in Utah County looking just fine. It's a 30-minute drive from Santaquin up to Point of the Mountain. The major feeders over to the freeway, no problems there. Provo Canyon drivers, 189 is in good shape, as is Highway 6 through Spanish Fort Canyon. If you're coming out of Tooele County, you still have some slowdowns northbound SR 36 at Lake Point. Is your home ready for the holidays? Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $119 plus a 4th room cleaned free with a food donation. ZeroRes.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, folks. How about some clean air today? Partly cloudy skies and a high of 38. Perfectly blue, sunny skies tomorrow, 40 degrees. Partly cloudy skies on Wednesday, 44. High pressure building back. We'll go for more haze on Thursday, partly cloudy, 45. Keeping the haze in the forecast Friday, maybe even Saturday. Highs in the mid and upper 40s, partly cloudy skies. Another moisture-starved system works in on Sunday. That'll clear the haze. Mostly cloudy skies, 46. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 28 degrees in Salt Lake City in the 7-day forecast, brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. You talk about how, people from all over the world really came together to help support the rebuilding of Notre-Dame. It sort of reminded me of what happens in the state of Utah when we talk about our quarters for Christmas, because people from all walks of life come together to donate to help the kids in the state of Utah. Started out so many years ago as just being an effort to put shoes on the feet of needy kids, but then it became coats and gloves and hats and all the things that are needed this time of year. I noticed that Dave and Dujanovic are actually going to be out broadcasting live tomorrow, 9 to noon, for Murray High School, who's been raising money for Quarters for Christmas. You can help out too. All you have to do is go to our website at kslquarters.com. Hey, if you're a business owner or manager, how you feeling going into the new year? And I don't care whether it's a business big or small. You want somebody who can help you figure out what the future of your business is, and if there are some deficiencies, particularly when it comes to keeping up with all of the trends in technology. You need somebody that knows what it's like to be a small business and a large business. Well, that's our friends at Les Olson, who, of course, started so many years ago with $63 in a piggy bank. So they know what it's like to be a small company, and now they're one of the biggest and best companies in the state of Utah and can do so much more than what they've always done with copiers and printers. They can help you with your IT. They can be your help desk, help with your cybersecurity, with your data backup and data storage, even with your hardware deployment. And if all of those things have your head spinning, you need to make a call to our friends at Les Olson and get your company positioned for the future, especially as we head into the new year. Get to know Les Olson IT. They have 9 locations from Logan to Las Vegas, and of course you'll find them online at lesolson.com.
Pine and holiday spices fill the air, and so do the savings at IFA Country Stores. Celebrate 3 sales over 4 weeks with gifts for everyone on Santa's list, including comfy wear for cold mornings around the home or ranch, and presents for the whole family, even your pets. And IFA is the place to go for those hard-to-find last-minute savings on toys, stocking stuffers, and more. Make your shopping easier by using our holiday gift guide, located on our website, and visit us for holiday savings in store or at ifa.coop.
Watching Utah's Money this morning, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Amazon seemingly has everything, including flights. Amazon and Student Universe are teaming up to bring back its $25 flights for young adults looking to save money. The collaboration is only available for members of Amazon Young Adults, formerly known as Amazon Prime Student. I think they said they go on sale today. Might want to check that, but and continue through the 14th. They do have a limited number of them at that price. Retirees have more debt than ever. The Employee Benefit Research Institute reports that 6 in 10 retirees had debt this year. Of that group, 68% had credit card debt, 38% had mortgage debt, and 34% had car loans. I can't help but think now, the mortgage companies trying to, with interest rates the way they are and home prices the way they are, they're talking about 40-year mortgages. Debt as a retiree may just become a fact of life. Retailers are hard at work as the holiday shopping season continues, but they're also getting ready for the holiday returning season. Last year, $148 billion in holiday merchandise was returned to stores, according to the National Retail Federation. Your money at this moment, markets are mixed. The Dow is the only one in the green, up less than a tenth with a gain of 29 points. The S&P is down less than a tenth, off almost, now 2.5%, almost 3%. And the NASDAQ is down this hour by 33.5%. Must be that time in the morning. Northbound slowing now on Bangerter Highway, approaching the 201. We had an accident on the 201 earlier. We'll check your traffic and weather together.
Here's something you don't want to miss. We want to let you know about Advanced Garage Door. They're a great company that Deb and I discovered.
Kyle, what sets Advanced Garage Door apart from other companies?
At Advanced Door, we're always looking for the industry-leading and highest quality garage door parts. We handle everything from repairs and installations to maintenance and emergency services. Plus, we provide a lifetime warranty on all residential doors and parts.
A lifetime warranty? That's amazing. What does it cover?
Our lifetime warranty covers labor on residential doors, parts, and services, as long as our recommendations are followed. This means our customers can enjoy peace of mind knowing their garage doors are always protected.
That's fantastic. So if someone's garage door is giving them trouble, what should they do?
Just give us a call. Our certified technicians are available 24/7 to provide prompt and reliable service. We're here to ensure your garage door is always in top shape.
For all your garage door needs, visit advanced-door.com.
Or call 801-252-5977 today.
Advanced Garage Door, where we sell peace of mind.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
KSL's Big Christmas Giveaway is back. This year, win a gift card from Mrs. Cavanaugh's. Mrs. Cavanaugh's premium chocolates and ice cream since 1964. Or win a beautiful nativity set courtesy of Deseret Book. Find them the perfect gift at Deseret Book. Plus, win a Forgotten Carols prize pack, including tickets to Michael McLean's The Forgotten Carols. Enter now at kslnewsradio.com or text contest to 57500.
KSL News Time now is 6:59. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. How we looking, Andy?
Well, Tim, we got some slowing on Bangerter now in Taylorsville at 5400 South, and then again in West Valley near the 21st South Freeway. I-15 beginning to bog down around the 5300 South exit in Murray, and SR 201 only a little bit of delay out at 7200 West where we had a crash earlier. Heather?
We are seeing the thicker traffic flow southbound I-15 from Clearfield to Centerville. No brake lights yet, but usually they'll show up in the next 15 or 20 minutes. You also have a good commute on US 89, aside from a little bit of congestion in the South Ogden area, especially around Harrison Boulevard. Eric.
Looks all better now. Northbound SR 36 in Tooele County at Lake Point. We did have some delays there for whatever reason, trying to get on to eastbound I-80. I-80 this morning is a clear drive as far as visibility. You can see there's no fog going by the south end of the Great Salt Lake. I-15 in Utah County, that looks good, northbound and southbound. In his new book, The Rock of Our Redeemer, David A. Bednar invites us to strengthen faith by anchoring our lives to Jesus Christ. Available now at DeseretBook.com and in stores. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
38 today, 40 tomorrow, and basically no chance of precipitation, unfortunately. But we do have cleaner air to enjoy. It's 30 downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock on Utah's Morning News. Good morning. I'm Tim Hughes. Amanda Dixon with the week off, and our top story on the 7 o'clock report. BYU has their bowl game locked down, and they'll be playing against another one of the Big 12's top teams. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage. Adam?
Tim, BYU is going to play against Coach Prime and Colorado in the Alamo Bowl. The Cougars and Buffaloes are both ranked in the CFP Top 25 and were the first two teams on the outside looking in for the Big 12 title game. BYU head coach Kalani Sitake says he's excited for the matchup, as is Colorado head coach Deion Sanders, who says his players are not opting out of this one.
We got a kid that's probably going to pick up, not probably, what I'm talking about, matter of factly going to pick up the Heisman Trophy this week, and he's going to play. We got another quarterback who picked up an award last weekend, and he's going to play.
BYU and Colorado will play in San Antonio on Saturday, December 28th. Remember to catch all the action here on KSL News Radio. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
BYU also announced they're extending the contract for head coach Kalani Sitake. The release says it was a long-term contract, although it didn't give many details. This year was BYU's third 10-win season under Sitake. Coming up, we'll hear from Kalani, giving us his thoughts on Coach Prime and the Alamo Bowl. So why is BYU playing a Big 12 opponent in the bowl game? KSL News Radio's Randall Jepson explains.
The Big 12 often plays ACC teams or SEC teams in bowl games, but some of their bowl games were contracted with the Pac-12. And with the Pac-12 not being a full conference this year, that means the former Pac-12 teams, they're still required to play in those bowl games. This year, the Alamo Bowl decided they wanted Colorado. Now, that bowl contract with the former Pac-12 schools, that runs through 2025. Randall Jepson, KSL News Radio.
The other big college football news this morning, Utah coach Kyle Whittingham posted a public statement simply saying, "I'm back." KSL Sports anchor Jeremiah Jensen says the move brings stability to a team going through a lot of changes.
Kyle will return. News that could have a big impact on the Utes' effort to bring in elite talent in the transfer portal, and that portal has officially opened. The 65-year-old Whittingham has 167 wins all time. He didn't want to end his career with a 5-7 season.
Yeah, the timing of that announcement, not a surprise. Jeremiah says Whittingham previously said he would return to coach the Utes if he felt it was the best thing for the program. Speaking of that portal, Utah will be working to build back up their quarterback room with new offensive coordinator Jason Beck. Both Isaac Wilson and Brandon Rose announced on social media that they have entered the transfer portal. In other local news, we're hearing from a woman who was hospitalized in a 6-car crash in Eagle Mountain last week. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson has the update. Verl.
Tim, Dana Smith says she and her husband, Tim Smith, were heading to a doctor's appointment when they were hit. Dana told KSL TV she didn't recognize their truck when she first saw it.
The way the truck looked when I saw the picture, it looked like we were a ping pong ball. I don't know how we survived.
Dana was released from the hospital on Saturday, but her husband is still in the hospital. The Smith family still doesn't know if the crash caused any permanent damage or when Tim will be home. They're hoping he'll be back for Christmas. Live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Celebrations across Syria this morning after the country's president fled the country as rebel forces moved in. ABC's Andrew Dimbert has the latest.
Dictator's rule came to a stunning end over the weekend when Syrian rebels took the capital, forcing Assad to flee to Moscow, according to Russian state media. Rebel fighters stormed the presidential palace in Damascus as people topped symbols of the Assad regime across the country. Videos posted online show a group of men appearing to find Assad's extensive car collection, including high-end Porsches and Ferraris.
This change in government comes after a decade of civil war. The American government hoping the overthrow in Syria could lead to the return of journalist Austin Tice, who was kidnapped more than a decade ago.
After the Syrian government fell to rebel fighters, President Biden said he was determined to get Austin Tice back. But his siblings, Jacob and Naomi Tice, say that after their recent meetings with U.S. officials, they're not sure the White House is prepared to seize the moment.
We wanted to know that they had a plan in place, and if they do, that's definitely not something that they shared with us.
And if we do, we hope that Austin is at the forefront of those plans.
Shannon Kingston, ABC News, Washington.
Now a quick look at KSL weather with Matt Johnson. A cold front moved into the state this morning, and we can all breathe a little easier.
This is a totally different story this morning, folks. The last several days, we've been in the orange and the red for some spots. You get into Ogden, we're into Davis County. Hey, it's all in the green. We're scouring out the gunk as a second cold front that's really dry has moved in, and we're getting a little bit of wind.
Matt says the inversion could set back up in a day or two. First look traffic on the 7 o'clock report. Back to Andy Farnsworth.
Well, the main flow of the freeways is doing pretty well this morning in both directions heading on I-15 towards Salt Lake City. We had some backups earlier in Magna on the 201 freeway. Now that the crash is gone, so are the delays. What I do see is some backups right now for 2 or 3 blocks on Bangerter just before the 21st South Freeway. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Speaking of problems on the roads, a 25-year-old motorcyclist is dead after crashing with a vehicle last night on Redwood Road in South Jordan. Police say the motorcyclist hit a car that was waiting to make a left turn. A holiday parade in Palm Springs turned into a nightmare when a police officer crashed his motorcycle into the crowd. Witnesses say the officer was popping a wheelie when he lost control. Crews on ambulances and fire trucks in the parade stopped to help the injured. At least 10 people were hurt. The woman who stowed away on a Delta flight to France last week is out of jail. For now, a federal judge released the 57-year-old without bail after a hearing on Friday. She is no longer allowed to go to airports and is being GPS monitored. Prosecutors say this same woman also tried to stow away on a plane back in February. A Mexican man aboard a flight headed to Tijuana is accused of trying to hijack the plane.
Mexican authorities say shortly after takeoff Sunday morning, the 31-year-old man attacked a flight attendant and tried to storm the cockpit. He was restrained and arrested when the plane safely landed. His exact motive is unclear, but crew members reported he was traveling with his wife and 2 young children, and that he received a death threat shortly before takeoff, warning him not to travel to Tijuana. Connor Finnegan, ABC News, Mexico City.
A U.S. appeals court denied TikTok's petition to overturn a law requiring the Chinese company that owns the app sell it or face a ban. ABC national correspondent Stephen Portnoy reports.
The government isn't saying that it prefers certain speech on TikTok and disfavors other speech and is making a decision as to what kind of things people can say on TikTok, viewpoint discrimination. That's not what's going on here. There's no right to use a particular foreign-owned app, especially when Congress and the White House have come to the conclusion that there are national security concerns with that app.
The company could try and bring their case before the Supreme Court. Oh, boy, Utah Jazz fans' patience being tested here. The Jazz went into last night's game coming off a big win and quickly got back down to earth put back down to earth by the Sacramento Kings, who beat them by 44 points. The Jazz have now lost 8 of their last 10. They'll get some time off before their next game at home against Phoenix, that one coming up on Friday. The Utah Hockey Club won their second straight game on the road back-to-back last night in Philadelphia. Utah was clinging to a 1-goal lead late in the third period, facing Philly on the power play when Kevin Stenlund came up clutch.
Here's a breakaway. Stenlund's got it. He scores! Kevin Stenlund, a shorty. And Utah's doubled up Philly.
The call courtesy of SEG Media. Utah won the game 4-2. They will be back at home tomorrow night to take on the Minnesota Wild. And speaking of Wild, the box office continues to see a resurgence.
Disney's Polynesian heroine Moana faced off against half a dozen new releases to easily remain atop the box office this weekend. Moana 2 took in $52 million, bringing its domestic total to $300 million and its global cume to over $600 million. Universal's Wicked predictably took second place with $35 million. Totaling $320 million stateside so far, it's now in the top 5 highest-grossing films of the year. Third place belongs to Gladiator 2, which grossed $12 million for the weekend. I'm Kevin Carr.
KSL News Time, 7:09. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Andy, the freeways look good.
Yeah, just watching some earlier slowdowns we had around 5300 South have cleared out. We do have some minor delay on Bangor near 21st South, but even that's improved in the last 10 or 15 minutes. No slowdowns on the 201 freeway right now, even into the construction around 3200 West Foothill. Still delay-free at the moment. Heather?
Much the same up north in Weber and Davis counties. No delays on the major freeways, including I-15, Legacy Parkway, I-84 to and from Morgan. US 89 is always a little bit congested through the Ogden area, and we are seeing that especially around Harrison Boulevard. Eric.
In Utah County, I-15 rolling right along, no problems northbound from Spanish Fork, Springville up to Thanksgiving Point. If you're out on SR-73, eastbound and westbound, approaching Mountain View corridor is a little bit busy, and Mountain View itself getting busy, heading north up towards Redwood Road, but still not as bad as it could be and might be later on today, trying to get over to I-15. Tax problems keeping you up at night? Get the IRS off your back. Let Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox stop IRS harassment now. Visit TaxHelpUT.com. That's TaxHelpUT.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL hourly forecast. Temperatures cold to start this morning in the upper 20s. Mostly cloudy skies, but you will be noticing that cleaner air. High noon, mostly cloudy to partly cloudy skies. Temps in the mid-30s. By afternoon, topping out at 38 with clean air. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now in Salt Lake City, partly cloudy and 30 degrees. BYU football posted a video last night of Coach Sitake talking about the upcoming Alamo Bowl, which will be happening in San Antonio. Hard to tell whether he's more excited about facing the Buffaloes or getting to eat some of the food down there in San Antonio. We'll share part of what he had to say with you coming up here in just a minute. A historic weekend in Paris, with the first Mass being held in the newly reopened Notre-Dame Cathedral.
The Bishop of Paris knocking on the vast wooden doors, the bells resonating, the choir back in full voice, and those doors officially reopened to this truly magical music. Notre-Dame's 8,000-pipe organ restored and roaring once again.
Oh, I would have loved to have been there. What a moment. Members of the Catholic faith here in Utah played a small part in helping the Notre-Dame Cathedral reopen. Their pastor and rector of the Cathedral of the Madeleine, Father Martin Diaz, tells KSL-TV that they helped raise money for the rebuilding project.
We raised about $5,000, which for us, for a take-up a collection on Sunday, is a very substantial amount.
Father Diaz says they feel proud of their small offering in the grand scheme of things. A Navy sailor who survived the attack on Pearl Harbor has been laid to rest with his fallen shipmates. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
Gilbert Meyer's ashes were taken to the wreckage of the sunken USS Utah in Honolulu. He was one of the 461 crew members who survived the attack back in 1941. The unique burial service is only granted to crew members who survived the attack. At the time, Meyer was an 18-year-old fireman assigned to the ship. He served for 22 years and retired as a chief petty officer. Meyer died in October of last year at the age of 100. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints held their annual First Presidency's Christmas devotional this weekend. President Dallin H. Oaks, first counselor in the First Presidency, delivered a message on the spirit of Christmas.
Christmas makes us more aware and more grateful for the sacrifices that have been made for us. Christmas reminds us to think of one another.
The Tabernacle Choir and Orchestra at Temple Square performed to a packed audience. President Russell M. Nelson was in attendance but did not speak. And anyone getting ready to write their letter to Santa better do it quick. The U.S. Postal Service confirmed that those letters have to be postmarked by the end of today for the annual Operation Santa program. Kids' letters to Santa can be shared online through the program. The Postal Service says the program gives everyone a chance to help make the holiday wishes come true. Trending this hour on the 7 o'clock report, Pantone was named the 2025 Shade of the Year. It's Mocha Mousse. The light brown is meant to create a sense of harmony and wealth, according to USA Today. The Shade of the Year has been around since 1999, and I'm going to get this wrong, I'm sure. Cerulean blue? Not sure. Oh, thank you. I got it right. A pair of ruby slippers that were worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz and stolen nearly 2 decades ago were sold at auction. They thought they might get $3 million. They got $28 million. The slippers were on display at the Judy Garland Museum in her hometown of Grand Rapids, Minnesota in 2005 when a thief used a hammer to smash the glass of the door and display case. Their whereabouts remained a mystery until the FBI recovered them in 2018. Earlier this morning, Jim Ryan joined us, and he told us the thief thought they were real rubies on the slippers, and when he found out it was just glass, he didn't want them anymore. And the Golden Globes nominees have been announced. They include several nominations for Wicked, Emilia Perez, Anora, The Substance, and Conclave all made the list. KSL News Time, 7:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
a woman who was hospitalized after a 6-car crash in Eagle Mountain is sharing what she remembers about the crash and asking people to be more patient when they're driving. I'm KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson.
Second, the BYU football team is headed to the Alamo Bowl to play Colorado in a top 25 matchup. Third, let's check the drive with traffic and weather together.
I-15 traffic still in good shape for now. As you come over Point of the Mountain, head through the Salt Lake Valley. It's been pretty quiet on the freeway in Utah County. And at this point, no extra delay out of Ogden down to Roy or through the rest of Davis County. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
How about a breath of fresh air today as the inversion's been broken? Look for highs in the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 31 degrees from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. And time for a look at our top national stories. Checking in with ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The UN Security Council will hold emergency talks on Syria today. That's at the request of Russia, a longtime backer of the Assad regime. And Russian President Vladimir Putin granted Bashar Assad political asylum after he was ousted by insurgents. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan tells ABC.
There's an opportunity to build something better in Syria, but there is concern that terrorists, jihadists, and other people who do not have the United States' best interests at heart, to say the least, could take advantage of this.
And Israel says it struck suspected chemical weapon sites inside of Syria. Another music mogul's facing a claim of sexual assault. ABC's Lindsay Davis says this plaintiff had already filed the complaint against Sean Diddy Combs.
The new amended civil lawsuit, originally filed by a Jane Doe in October, identifies celebrity A as Jay-Z, also known as Sean Carter, claiming that he and Diddy drugged and raped a 13-year-old girl at an after-party. Combs and Jay-Z both attended the award show that year. Jay-Z, who was 31 at the time, is now a multi-platinum Grammy winner and business mogul.
Jay-Z is vehemently denying the allegations, writing, "This is a blackmail attempt."
Search for the killer of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, continues into a 6th day, says ABC's Aaron Katursky.
Hundreds of tips are pouring in, and thousands of police officers are cycling through a manhunt that is now nationwide. Police have yet to recover the bike or the murder weapon. NYPD divers spent the weekend searching a pond near the spot where officers found what they think is the suspect's backpack. It contained a Tommy Hilfiger jacket and Monopoly money. Detectives are working to determine whether the play money was meant as some sort of statement.
Musical Emilia Perez led the list of Golden Globe nominees with 10, and the prize free agent Juan Soto of Major League Baseball gets the big prize, a 15-year deal with the New York Mets worth $765 million. You're listening to
Holidays are upon us.
By the way, part of that was a $79 million signing bonus, which he got just in time to do a little Christmas shopping. All right, let's go in depth here. BYU football posted a video last night of head coach Kalani Sitake talking about accepting the invitation to the Alamo Bowl, where he will face Big 12 opponent Colorado.
On behalf of the BYU football program and our fans, our staff, our coaches, administration, we're really excited to be invited to the Valero Alamo Bowl. We're looking forward to the matchup. Obviously, I'm looking forward, for me, the destination is always about food too, and I know San Antonio can hold its own when it comes to food, so I'm looking forward to gaining some weight that week. But more than anything, I'm really excited about the matchup that we have against Colorado and Coach Prime. I've known Dion and been able to interact with him, and I'm a big fan of his. It's been fun to be able to watch him and him lead his team this year. And we've had some crossover games, so we've been able to watch their film and see how they perform, and we've been really impressed with what they do on the field. I love the way he leads his team. I love their connection to him. It's a great example to me as a coach to see the way he leads and the way he does it with his faith in Christ and in God. And so we're really excited about this matchup, and we thank you for inviting us to the bowl game, and we're looking forward to the week, the festivities, and obviously the food. Go Cougs. Appreciate it.
Deion Sanders had some nice things to say, not only about Kalani, but about the BYU football program, but he also talked as a dad on how emotional this is going to be for him, because it'll be the last time he'll be coaching his two sons and being on the sidelines for them, which he's been doing since they were tiny. So, yeah, there'll be a little bit of emotion there, and the fact that both teams are in the Big 12 but never got a chance to meet during the regular season also makes this one interesting, and we look forward to bringing it to you on June 28th. That's the in-depth this morning at 15:45. I did it again, didn't I? Why do I keep saying June? It's December 28th. That's twice this morning. I'll try and figure out why. It is 7:19. Time for us to get a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Let's go back over to Andy Farnsworth.
Well, only a 20-minute drive through the valley as traffic's been moving pretty well this morning, including in Murray, where it sometimes bogs down. 201 has no delays at the moment. Mountain View, though, a little bit slow southbound going through West Jordan around 7800 south. And then again, down at a couple of intersections through the construction in Daybreak. Heather?
No problems reported right now through Weber and Davis counties. You still have a good commute. If you're southbound I-15 from Ogden to Salt Lake, that's just under 30 minutes. You do have a smidgen of congestion on US 89 right near Harrison Boulevard, as well as SR 193 in Clearfield, but those are the busiest roads I see right now. Eric?
I-80 into Parley's Canyon, not seeing any problems this morning if you're going out to Park City or coming into the valley. US 40 along the Wasatch Back 2, northbound from Heber City past Jordanelle Reservoir and on to Park City and I-80. All of that is in good shape. I-15 in Utah County, northbound, southbound, looking good. Starting to get busy, though, Mountain View Corridor as you approach Redwood Road and then turns into 2100 North. That's going to be a little bit slow. This is the Place Heritage Park, your official Christmas place. It's Candlelight Christmas, December 10th through 23rd, featuring street fires, gifts, historic pioneer homes, down Candy Lane, down candy cane lanes. Visit thisistheplace.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out with clean, clear, and fresh air today, folks. Take a deep breath. Partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 30s. Tomorrow, 40 degrees with sunshine. High pressure does start building back on Wednesday. I've got partly cloudy, 44, maybe a little bit of haze. You'll likely see the haze build back into the valley Thursday, Friday, highs in the mid-40s. Saturday, 49, partly cloudy skies. But wait, we have another moisture-starved system that'll break up the haze on Sunday, mostly cloudy, 46. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
A couple of places reporting teens this morning, including Park City, where it's 17, Logan 22, and here in Salt Lake City, it's 30 degrees. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. On the heels of those comments from Kalani, I just want to remind everybody that Cougar Nation is coming up tonight. Mitch and Matt will have it for you at the usual time, 6 o'clock. They'll be talking about all things Alamo Bowl, I am sure. So look forward to that here on the home of the Cougars, KSL News Radio.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Case Construction and Roofing prioritizes quality and trust with every project. Their skilled team works closely with clients to deliver durable solutions, from roof repairs to remodels, ensuring lasting results and strong client relationships. Business manager Rachel O'Crowley joins us with more.
At Case Construction and Roofing, we empower women in construction by providing skill-building opportunities and recognizing subcontractor excellence with incentives. We focus on delivering top-notch construction services while building an inclusive, growth-oriented workforce. By supporting hands-on training and fostering collaborations within the art community and sustainability sectors, we bring quality, safety, and creativity to every project. Our services cover various aspects of construction, including general building, roofing, flooring, framing, HVAC, and minor electrical and plumbing work. We work closely with local HOAs, apartment complexes, property managers, and local homeowners to meet their construction needs with reliability and professionalism. One of our core values is community engagement, which we enhance by recognizing our team members' dedication through local rewards, like gift certificates to neighborhood markets. This approach not only supports local businesses, but strengthens our ties within the communities we serve, making Case Construction and Roofing a dynamic and community-centered construction company.
By prioritizing skill development, inclusivity, and community connections, Case Construction and Roofing are not just constructing buildings, but helping build stronger, more vibrant communities. Visit their website at caseconstructionandroofing.com. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The shooting of the United Healthcare CEO has companies ramping up security. Some already spent mega money to keep their leaders safe. Meta, as an example, spent $24.4 million to surround their CEO, Mark Zuckerberg. That was last year alone. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour book sold nearly 1 million copies in its first week on the shelves. The 256-page book has photos and personal reflections while on tour. It retails for about $40. We reported this morning that she wrapped up her Eras Tour, and they said she was making, about $17 million per show, I think. The most popular fast food restaurant for a date is Chick-fil-A. DatingNews.com surveyed 3,000 Americans and found that 16% prefer the chicken spot. Dairy Queen came in second. The third was a tie between Sonic Drive-In and Pizza Hut and McDonald's nowhere to be found. All right, markets this morning are mixed. These are futures, obviously, just ahead of the bell. The Dow is up 28, but it's the only one in the green. The S&P down 3.5, and the Nasdaq is off this hour by 39.5. We've got some slowing on Bangor, usual stuff there. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras on I-15 right now. That is the southbound side. Things moving well in both directions in Murray, so we'll check traffic and weather together just ahead. You've been thinking about getting carpets cleaned? Now's the time to do it. 3 rooms of carpet for $119. And here's a great thing. Zero Res is not only the best place to get your carpet cleaned, but they are such a fantastic part of our community in the state, always have been. And this time of year, they love to give back by offering a 4th room free with a food donation, which they will then deliver directly to the Utah Food Bank. We've told you before about the fact that they use this patented process, which means they use no soaps, no harsh chemicals. And so the name, Zero Residue, means they don't have to then flood your carpets to get any residue left out. And believe me, they've come into our home, and we've had places in our carpet, especially when the kids were all living in the house and headed down the stairs, that I thought were never going to come clean. But they have come through for us, and they actually look at it with a smile and say, just give me a minute. We'll start on that spot, and then we'll get the rest of the house done for you. And it's always been amazing. But take advantage of the deal today and help out a great cause. We know there is a fantastic and huge need in our state right now with a number of people that have food insecurity. So take advantage of the $119 for 3 rooms clean, plus get that 4th room free by just making a food donation, and they'll pick it up at the time they do the work on your house. 801-288-9376 is the number. That's 288-ZERO, or find them online at zerores.com.
The KSL News Radio app will update you on breaking stories. A house explosion this afternoon. And you'll get exclusive audio streams from local events, breaking news, and sports.
Cougars feel like they can overcome anything.
All of your favorite KSL hosts are there too, so you can listen anytime. Plus traffic and weather. Download it today. The app for KSL News Radio.
People think saving money is hard, but really, it's easy. It's as simple as changing a few spending habits. For free tips on how to save the easy way, check out feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
All right, now our quarters for Christmas time is 7:29. Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Andy?
Bit heavy right now, again, around 5300 south on northbound 15, and then it's also kind of bogging down a little bit near the 114th south exit. You've got some extra travel time on Bangor now between 6200 and 4700 south. And the 201 freeway starting to bog down a little bit in the construction at 3200 west. Heather?
Still no major delays through Weber and Davis counties, and no accidents reported on city streets or freeways. I-15 has most of the traffic. It's also mostly heading south between Clearfield, Centerville, and into downtown Salt Lake. You'll have a good commute if you need to get to the airport using Legacy Parkway in the West Side Belt. Eric?
Coming out of Utah County, no problems northbound from Santa Quin to Point of the Mountain. That's a 30-minute drive. It is bunching up at some of the intersections, both on Pioneer Crossing and 2100 north from Redwood Road eastbound over to the freeway. Out in Tooele County, looks good. SR 36, no fog to deal with once you get onto I-80, but there is some slowing on northbound 36 at Lake Point right before you get onto the freeway. Revere Health encourages you to schedule your preventative care and annual checkups to help increase the potential to live your most healthy and active life. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner for life. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
38 today for a high, sunny skies, and 40 tomorrow. And right now it's 30 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio.
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time now, 7:30. Our top story this half hour is the great air quality we're looking at today, thanks to an overnight cold front that helped clear out a lot of the gunk. But there could be more bad air on the way. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has the details. Adam?
Tim, as we're checking air quality monitors today, we're predominantly seeing them in the green up and down the Wasatch Front. You look out over the horizon, it just looks so much better out there compared to last week. However, National Weather Service senior meteorologist Monica Trapphagen tells me we will likely see another inversion start to form tomorrow over the next couple of days, but it's not expected to impact air quality nearly as bad as this last one.
Given that we just have a couple of days for that to build up, it should be
far less impactful than the one we just had over the past several days.
Tribecan says we could see a storm around Thursday or Friday, potentially more to follow, meaning we should steer clear of really bad air for at least the next week. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
UW researchers want to protect kids from poor air quality by installing air quality sensors on every high school athletic field in the state. Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering, Carrie Kelly, says they have already begun to install these devices.
We have placed approximately 40 air quality sensors throughout the state of Utah, and many of those are in areas that either don't have any or have very limited air quality information.
Kelly says many counties in the state don't have a way to measure or forecast the air quality in their own area. Winter parking rules will soon go into effect up Big Cottonwood Canyon. Mandatory reserved parking will begin on December 20th. It will be enforced from 7 a.m. until 1 p.m. from Friday to Sunday and on holidays. The rule affects the portion of SR 190 near the Willow Heights trailhead to the Guardsman Road intersection. Salt Lake City Police Department says there have been a dozen thefts or attempted thefts of Kia and Hyundai vehicles since Thanksgiving. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson has the details. Verl?
Tim, police say all 13 thefts and attempted thefts happened in the Rose Park area, typically between 4 and 7 in the morning. Now, police say suspects would smash in windows and damage the ignition and steering, or they'd just take cars that have the keys left inside. Officials are reminding people to make sure they're taking steps to keep their vehicles from being stolen, like remembering to never leave the keys inside the vehicle or leaving the vehicle running when you're not there. Reporting live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
Now a look at our top national stories this hour. The search is widening for the gunman who killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Here's New York Mayor Eric Adams.
I don't want to do anything that's going to tip him off that we're on his trail, but we feel really good where we are. Finding the knapsack, getting the photos, the cab photo, looking at some of the evidence that is available to us, we feel really good where we are.
The backpack the shooter is seen wearing in video was found in Central Park, but it did not contain the gun used in the shooting. President-elect Donald Trump is doubling down on his promise to start deportations on day one back in office. ABC's Mary Alice Parks reports on his first network interview since elected.
He thinks that all undocumented immigrants should be deported, should have to go. He sort of brushed aside concerns about separating families, said that, that he understands there's people with mixed status sort of families that if parents are undocumented and they're going to be deported, the family's going to have to decide what to do. He was blunt about that. And he said that he does want to try to end birthright citizenship.
He also said he wants to issue pardons as soon as possible. Hospitals across the nation, including here in Utah, continue to deal with a shortage of IV fluids.
The IV shortage was caused by Hurricane Helene, which took out the main production company in North Carolina. Jordan Sorensen with the Utah Hospital Association says Utah hospitals have about a 2-week supply on hand and are postponing IV intensive surgeries as they await some international supplies.
Baxter importing from Taiwan, China, Mexico, and the FDA granting waivers for those supplies to be used domestically.
Sorensen says the IV company hopes to be up and running by the new year. He says the hospitals will share resources among themselves. Tammy Kikuchi, KSL News Radio.
Time again for First Look Traffic. Here's Andy.
Traffic still moving pretty well for the most part on our freeways. It bogs down just a little bit in Sandy coming up on 114th and a little bit in Murray near 5300 South. The southbound drive's been really good this morning between Ogden and Salt Lake on I-15. And looks like Foothill starting to bog down a little bit on Salt Lake City's east side, though. A lot of just typical delay. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Some changes are coming to Social Security in 2025.
People who are receiving Social Security benefits will see a 2.5% increase in their monthly check next year thanks to the annual cost of living adjustment. DMBA certified financial planner Shane Stewart says this is a modest raise that is in line with inflation. He also noticed that next year you can make more without seeing a reduction in your benefits.
You can make $23,400 and still take your Social Security. If you make more than that, then you're getting reductions in your Social Security as well.
The full retirement age is also increasing in 2025. It will be 66 years and 10 months compared to 2024 when it was 66 years and 8 months. Michelle Rowe, KSL News Radio.
Utahns who are part of the recent Medicaid expansion could be at risk of being dropped. KSL News Radio's Brett Johnson has more.
Experts are speculating that the Trump administration may decide to cut Medicaid expansion funding as part of his efficiency overhaul.
I think their target is to cut government spending and the deficit by quite a bit. And the only way to do that, the only way to get control of some of these federal funds is to make some difficult decisions.
Representative Robert Spenliff sponsored a Medicaid expansion bill back in 2018, and he believes it would be difficult for the state of Utah to make up for those lost federal funds. But as of now, there are no official plans to cut that Medicaid funding. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
Give us a minute. We'll come back and check your traffic and weather together.
Bigger stories demand more accountability, more experience, more trust.
If it's like an election day or we're expecting some bad weather, KSL presents the story. Unbiased. It's a good local source.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Spend less time at the post office. With Formax and Mint mailing systems from Les Olson IT, you can quickly, accurately, and easily process your outgoing mail and even save on postage. Fold your documents, stuff and seal your envelopes, print addresses, weigh and measure to apply proper postage, all with the click of a button. With multiple model options available, you're sure to find a Formax solution and Mint mailing device that perfectly fits your business needs.
Les Olson IT.
It's a new chapter for energy in your community. Dominion Energy is now Enbridge Gas in Utah, Wyoming, and Idaho. With 175 years experience delivering reliable energy, we're pleased to welcome customers formerly served by Dominion Energy to our Enbridge family. While the name of your gas company has changed, we remain your first choice for affordable natural gas. For more information, visit enbridgegas.com. That's ENBRIDGE gas.com. Tomorrow is on.
Common Spirit Health has expert orthopedic care that gets you back at it and back to your best. Find skilled orthopedic physicians at Common Spirit locations who specialize in general orthopedics and repair of hips, knees, shoulders, and hands, so you can return to running races or chasing the grandkids. Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Orthopedic care with human kindness is here. Visit mountain.commonspirit.org.
It's complicated. These days, that's how people even describe their relationship status. When it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's gotten really complicated. The experts at AAMCO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing we can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're on your own. AA, MCO. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free.
Well, this story of 13 different cases of either stolen or attempted stolen Hyundais and Kias in the Rose Park area getting our attention this morning. In some cases, the keys were left in the car. Virl Johansson is keeping an eye on that as the investigation continues this morning. It is 7:39. Our quarters for Christmas time is 7:39, so time to get a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Good speeds right now, Andy?
Yeah, as you come over Point of the Mountain, it's just fine. At about 123rd, it slows down a little bit for everybody but the HOV lane, and then some additional slowdowns near 53rd South. Bangerter's worst portion is really in Taylorsville right now. Mountain View's got a big wait at 5400 South, and then again at 3500 South for northbound traffic. Heather?
We're still looking good through Weber and Davis County. No accidents reported so far. Our biggest delays that you're going to see, it's just more congestion at some of the larger intersections. But they're all on US 89 as you make your way from South Ogden around Washington Terrace all the way down to the Harrison Boulevard interchange. And we're starting to pick up a little bit of backup on US 89 right where it merges with I-84. But I-15 Legacy Parkway still in great shape. Eric.
On and off, you've had slowdowns getting onto I-80 from Lake Point out in Tooele County. Right now, it's on. You got some slowdowns there as well. Further back, as you approach the Pole Canyon intersection in Stansbury. If you're down in Utah County, no problems on I-15. Just a smidgen of brake tapping going from between Timpanogos Highway and Point of the Mountain. Shop smart at Two Brothers Mattress with their lowest price guarantee and a 100-night trial. Your locally owned Two Brothers Mattress is your #1 choice in Tempur-Pedic mattresses. Visit twobrothersmattress.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
How about 10-mile visibility? Yes, we've cleared the haze. Inversion is broken. Partly cloudy skies today with a high of 38 in the valley. 22 overnight, clear skies. Tomorrow's 40, sunshine, beautiful for a Tuesday. Wednesday, I got partly cloudy, 44. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Well, I tell you, I was flying in yesterday from a Glory kickboxing event over in Europe, and it was ugly looking at that inversion down on the valley, but it's nice to know it's cleared this morning. You'll notice that first thing. Right now, it's 28 degrees downtown. Coming up, we're going to go in depth with James Longman on the latest in Syria as the leadership of Bashar al-Assad has been overthrown. So stay with us for that. But first, it's time to check in with Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News this morning, and it's brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
There are a lot of people out there who aren't bold enough to open the boss's door and shout,
"Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more."
A lot of people dream about the day they'll someday tell their irascible employer that they're done, finished, kaput, so long, farewell, sayonara. But for many folks, confrontation is scary, and even the idea of walking in to quit leaves them trembling, so they languish in lousy jobs that are barely worth the money. And this is an opportunity, my friends. As we learn from Japan, a land where timidity is the norm, confrontation is not only frowned upon, but avoided at all possible costs. So when it's time to quit in Japan, well, here, this American woman explains how crazy it was for her.
As soon as I turned in my resignation letter, it was like a criminal trial had started. My boss, my boss's boss, my boss's boss's boss, they sat down and grilled me. They for real wanted an apology with tears. It was not enough to tell them that I had gotten a better job. They wanted to know all the details.
So people stay on their jobs, but now Japan has a company called Exit, one among many that quits your job for you. They'll tell your boss when your last day is, they'll take the heat, and they'll charge you $200 just to say, "You know Jim in shipping? Well, he says, I quit." Then hang up. This has to be an opportunity. Look, say you market your services and quit on behalf of 40 people here in Utah. That's $8,000. It's a legitimate side hustle, and if you want to quit doing it, it's your business. You only have to look in the mirror and say,
"Take this job and shove it."
Imagine a life where you get to quit every single day. Wow.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
Do you know how to tell if a clogged drain is something to worry about or not? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and I understand it's annoying and inconvenient, but sometimes a clogged drain can be a sign there's a more serious issue with your sewer main line. If the drains in the lowest level of your home aren't draining, or you flush a toilet and it comes up somewhere else like a shower or a floor drain, I'm urging you to look at this as more than just an annoyance. The last thing I want you to experience is a sewer backup. If you're a homeowner experiencing any of these issues, the first step would be to snake the line to see if it's just a blockage, which one of our drain techs can do for only $29. Yep, you heard that right. Any Hour Services will snake any drain line with normal access for only $29. Sinks, showers, tubs, toilets, floor drains, laundry drains, even that sewer main line that connects to the city. We'll snake any line for just $29. For help with your drain issues, call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7700. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL quarters for Christmas time is 7:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
police say Kia and Hyundai vehicles have been the target of multiple thefts or attempted thefts over the last 2 weeks. Officials say some of them had the keys inside the vehicle. I'm KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson.
Second, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints held their annual First Presidency's Christmas devotional last night, with talks focusing on the spirit of Christmas. Third, traffic and weather together.
Slowdowns on I-15 continue to be an issue at Bangerter Highway at 5300 South and now 33rd South. We also got some southbound delay coming into the valley around North Salt Lake, and some on the freeway, it looks like southbound in Centerville. We've got an auto pedestrian crash apparently at 6200 South and Wasatch Boulevard. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's clean air to the rescue, but for how long? I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 28 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Let's check our top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President-elect Donald Trump made news over the weekend when he told an interview that he will pardon the January 6th defendants on day one. ABC's Mary Bruce has more on what Trump said.
When it comes to his campaign promises to seek revenge against his opponents, Trump says he will not direct his administration to pursue political prosecutions, suggesting he will leave such decisions up to his attorney general and FBI director. But he is also lashing out at members of the House committee that investigated his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. calling out former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, saying they should all be imprisoned.
Syrian President Bashar Assad's been given political asylum in Russia after the collapse of the Syrian government. Jay-Z named in an amended lawsuit along with Sean Diddy Combs. A woman claims the two sexually assaulted her in 2000 when she was 13. Both deny any wrongdoing. This is ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. Syrian President Bashar al-Assad and his family have ruled the nation in a dictatorship for half a century. In just a few days, their entire regime was overthrown. ABC News chief international correspondent James Longman reports.
Bashar al-Assad's violent dictatorship made millions of Syrians homeless. This morning, he is on the run, overthrown by rebel fighters in lightning speed. The regime collapsing in just 11 days. His people now discovering the massive wealth kept from them at his presidential palace in the capital, Damascus. Rebels taking over state television saying the city of Damascus has been liberated. The tyrant Bashar al-Assad has been toppled.
And this morning, entering Syria, I met border guards from Hayat Tahrir al-Sham.
He said, why are people worried? I said, because Golani came from Al-Qaeda. ISIS might be involved. He said, no, there's nothing to worry about.
Symbols of the Assad family's more than 50-year reign defaced and destroyed. Cheers and gunfire filling the air, celebration and relief. Yusuf was 17 years old when he left Syria. He's 29 today. He's going home and he can't stop smiling. How are you feeling? I ask him. I'm so happy, he says. Mixed feelings because I've missed so much. My studies, work, but I'm happy, he says. Heartbreaking discoveries now being made. Don't be afraid, the man says to this woman found in an underground prison. He finds a child alongside her. Russia's foreign ministry announcing Assad's resignation, and it's to Moscow that the now former president has fled with his family. Bashar al-Assad inherited power from his father Hafez in 2000. A London-educated eye doctor, he was the respectable face of a new Syria world leaders rushed to work with. Vogue even called his glamorous wife Asma a rose in the desert. But as soon as he was challenged, his father's son emerged. He crushed the 2011 protest movement, killing hundreds of thousands. Then President Obama said use of chemical weapons would be a red line, but Assad crossed it, and the chaos that followed allowed terror group ISIS to seize territory and launch attacks against the West. Iran, Hezbollah and Russia helped Assad hold on. Wars in Gaza, Lebanon and Ukraine meant they couldn't save him now. The rebel group, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, emerged from the chaos of the civil war. Its leader is this man, Abu Muhammad al-Golani, a former al-Qaeda member who turned against them, and he's now presenting a more moderate image, promising a turning point for the region. President Biden among those praising this moment as an opportunity for Syrian independence, but one fraught with danger.
Part of the reporting on this was that they actually found a collection of cars, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Ferraris, one of which was worth about $3 million. So there's going to be more to this, obviously, not knowing what happens in that power vacuum and who takes over the ruling of Syria, but we'll have more reporting on it from ABC News. It is 7:49. Time for a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Andy's back in the traffic center.
Well, Tim, looks like we got another crash on northbound 15 right after Bangor Highway. It's blocking off the HOV lane right now and adding to delays. They go back up the hill to the Bluffdale exit. Then you've got some additional brake lights through Murray coming up on 5300 South. Mountain View's got delays at 54 and 3500 South. Foothill really slow the whole way from the exit off 215 up to 17th South. And we've got a crash at Wasatch Boulevard and 6200 South with the Mill Rock Drive intersection. It's affecting both directions. Heather?
Well, we've got slowdowns now southbound I-15 from Farmington into Centerville, and again as you approach downtown Salt Lake City. No problems, though, if you transition onto Legacy Parkway and the West Side Belt. But if you're on I-215 southbound, you're seeing a little bit of slowdowns as you transition onto I-80 near the airport. City streets are in pretty good shape still through Weber and Davis counties. Eric?
I-80 through Parley's Canyon, that's a good drive. If you're going from the mouth of the canyon out to the Kimball Junction exit, don't see any delay spots. I-15 Utah County, same thing, but getting over to the freeway, starting to get busy coming out of Saratoga Springs on Pioneer Pioneer Crossing and heading from Lehigh over to the freeway on 2100 North. Is your home ready for the holidays? Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $119 plus a 4th room cleaned free with a food donation. ZeroRes.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Matt, we're breathing easier today.
The lungs will thank you, folks. We've had 2 shallow cold fronts, moisture-starved, over the last 24 hours, and they've cleared the air. 38 today, clean air, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, blue skies, sunshine, 40 degrees, clean air. Wednesday, I've got high pressure building back. We might see a little bit of haze, 44 the high. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with high pressure overhead, it'll likely trap more pollution at the valley floor. I do not foresee it being as bad as what we've seen. But yes, haze returns, won't be as bad, and then we'll probably clear things out again with another small storm on Sunday. But it doesn't have a lot of moisture with it.
Quick question from a texter, and it's a good one. What happens to all that gunk? Does it just dissipate into the atmosphere, or does it get pushed to some other state?
It gets pushed downstream. It's not going to gather anywhere, really, but over time it will dissipate in the upper levels.
All right. Right now in Salt Lake City, it is 28 degrees. By the way, Cougar Nation coming up tonight at 6 o'clock is brought to you by Central Bank, voted best bank and mortgage in Utah Valley. Visit them online at cbutah.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and over the years, you've heard me praise the Connecticut soft water systems. You've heard that so often, you might be tempted to chuck a shoe at your radio. Well, hang on, because I've got some great news. Get this, Connecticut will pay you $50. I'm not kidding on this. They'll pay you $50 to buy a competing water softener from another dealer. Ready for the rules, though? Well, they're pretty simple. Invite Connecticut of Utah to your home for a free estimate on a Connecticut water softener. If within 60 days of hearing them out, you buy any other system from any other water softener dealer, Connecticut of Utah will fork over $50. That's how sure they are that after hearing them out, you won't settle for anything less than a Connecticut water softener. Now, this offer does expire in 30 days, so don't delay. Call Northern Utah's authorized Connecticut dealer, Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, 801-576-8600, or log on to softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at kslpodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at kslpodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Life without hearing aids can be frustrating.
Andy, did you hear what she just said?
No, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
I said I got the promotion, Dad. I thought you would be excited.
You're missing out on the important moments of your life because you just can't hear them. It's time to try the Jabra Enhanced Select 500, our smallest, most advanced hearing aid. With proprietary speech clarity technology, even the most complex listening situations like a noisy restaurant are crisp and clear. And you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Get Jabra Enhance over-the-counter hearing aids and stop missing the important moments. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/radio. That's JABRA Enhance.com/radio. JabraEnhance.com/radio.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Time to take a look at the markets here in this first half hour of trading, and the S&P has now joined the Dow with some red numbers. The Dow off 10, the S&P is down just 7, and the NASDAQ in the green, but not by much. It's up 6 points. It is time for Cougar Track, so let's check in with BYU insider Mitch Harper.
BYU football will face the Colorado Buffaloes in the Alamo Bowl. It's an all-Big 12 matchup that pits 2 top 25 teams against one another. Colorado boasts a star-studded team led by head coach Deion Sanders, a.k.a. Coach Prime.
Playing against a wonderful storied university as BYU is unbelievable. You talk about leadership. You talk about extension of this man I'm looking at on the screen who's boasting about how much he's going to eat and all that. But don't get that mistaken. Don't get it twisted. He's a darn good football coach, and he's a leader of men, and he's a God-fearing man. So to see him and watch him and to glean from him and to get the opportunity to meet him at the Big 12 meetings, now to be able to compete against him is unbelievable.
BYU versus Colorado takes place on Saturday, December 28th in San Antonio. Kickoff is at 5:30 p.m. right here on KSL. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
We've been telling you guys about how Master Electrical Services has joined Mountain Home Services, but you want to talk about one-stop shopping. Mountain Home Services has it all right now.
That's right. Not only do they do your electrical and your HVAC needs, but now let's add fireplaces to the mix.
I don't know anyone in the world that loves a fireplace, a gas fireplace like my mother. In the summer, she will fire it up. She loves it so much. And now Mountain Home Services can take care of all of this for you and pick out a beautiful fireplace for your house.
It all comes with their upfront pricing guarantee, which means there are no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guaranteed.
And they will install. Mountain Home Services, this isn't going to be like some third party that comes into your house. You're going to get the same expertise that Mountain Home Services has always offered. Again, this is the company that we trust, and so can you.
Find them online at mountainhomeutah.com. That's mountainhomeutah.com.
Or give them a call at 801-543-2222. That's 801-543-2222.
Give the perfect gift to your family this winter. Come and play in Bear Lake. Reserve your winter getaway now and relax during or after the holidays. Visit bearlake.org.
Hi, I'm Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox. In these trying times, when inflation is out of control and our paychecks give us less and less money to support our families, the last thing any of us can afford is for the IRS to garnish wages, levy bank accounts, or seize assets. It's important now more than ever to protect your financial security.
We have reduced our tax liability by over $42,000.
$66,300.
Let us safeguard you. Visit endtaxworry.com. We have saved countless taxpayers like you millions of dollars, kept businesses in operation, and ensured that our clients receive the best possible outcome.
Nearly $65,000.
$12,000 is something that you can look at and say, okay, I can handle that.
I'm Jordan Wilcox, your Utah tax attorney. You work hard for your money. Let us work hard for you. Visit endtaxworry.com.
We're very grateful.
KSL News Time, 7:59. Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the Dino Pay app. Andy?
Well, we've got lots of slowdowns. A crash north 15 right after Bangor Highway backing you up to the Bluffdale exit. We've got some slowdowns in Murray near 53rd South. A crash on 6200 South right east of I-215 on the east side, but at the intersection with Wasatch Boulevard and Mill Rock Drive. It's a bigger deal for those of you coming off 215 and then heading south towards the Cottonwood Canyons. Heather?
No crashes reported in Weber and Davis counties, just your typical slowing in some areas southbound I-15 between Ogden and Salt Lake. Eric?
And I-15 looks just fine in Utah County from Provo to Lehigh. No delays. The rescue mission of Salt Lake restores lives of homeless and hurting people by addressing the cause of homelessness and helping people return to work. Help Rescue Mission restore lives. Donate at rescuesaltlake.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
An ever so slight chance of showers, 10% with a high today of 38. And right now it's 28 degrees in Salt Lake City.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 8 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes. Amanda Dixon with the week off. Our top story this hour, BYU now knows what bowl game they're going to be playing in. It's going to be against another top 25 team. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details. Adam?
Tim, BYU will square up against another one of the Big 12's top teams, Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. The Cougars and Buffaloes were close to playing each other for the Big 12 title, but tiebreakers just did not play in their favor. Both BYU head coach Kalani Sitake and Colorado head coach Deion Sanders say they're excited for the matchup. Had a lot of good things to say about one another.
I've known Deion and been able to interact with him, and I'm a big fan of his.
He's truly a leader of men, and I appreciate the opportunity to be on the field opposed to him.
BYU and Colorado will play in San Antonio on Saturday, December 28th. Remember, you can listen to it all here on KSL News Radio. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
There's some other BYU football news over the weekend. The school announced late Saturday night that they had extended the contract for head coach Kalani Sitake. The release says it was a long-term contract, although it didn't give many details. This year was BYU's third 10-win season under Sitake, and we have enjoyed hearing from him throughout the morning. Utah will also be working to solidify their quarterbacks group with new offensive coordinator Jason Beck. Both Isaac Wilson and Brandon Rose announced on social media that they entered the transfer portal. A woman who was hospitalized in a 6-car crash in Eagle Mountain says she's not sure how she and her husband actually survived. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson has the details. Verl?
Tim, Dana Smith says she was heading to a doctor's appointment with her husband, Tim Smith, when the crash happened. Dana told KSL TV their lives changed in an instant because someone wasn't patient.
We all have places to go, and we all have things to do, but is it worth hurting somebody that bad that it could potentially kill somebody?
Dana was released from the hospital on Saturday with over 20 stitches in her head, but her husband is still in the hospital, and no one knows when he'll be home. Live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
A 25-year-old motorcyclist is dead after crashing with a vehicle last night on Redwood Road in South Jordan. Police say the motorcyclist hit a car that was waiting to make a left turn. Now a look at our top national stories this hour. Over 900 U.S. troops are stationed in Syria, and it looks like they will stay there, even after rebel troops overthrew the government. ABC's Andrew Dembert has the latest.
The terrorist group ISIS may see the power shift as an opportunity. Yesterday, the U.S. launched dozens of airstrikes on at least 75 ISIS targets in central Syria.
We're clear-eyed about the fact that ISIS will try to take advantage of any vacuum to reestablish its capabilities and to create a safe haven. We will not let that happen.
One general saying there should be no doubt we will not allow ISIS to reconstitute.
Russia has granted political asylum to the Assad family after they fled Syria. U.S. officials hoping that the fall of the Syrian government could be a chance to finally bring home an American who's been held captive in the country now for 12 years.
As the Assad regime topples, the family of Austin Tice, an American journalist kidnapped in Syria more than a decade ago, is hoping chaos in the country will create an opportunity to bring him home. His sister Naomi spoke to ABC News.
Maybe this is the moment that will lead to his release. We are actively hoping and praying for that, but we are also calling on both the current administration and the incoming administration to use all of the tools that they have available to them to make that a reality.
Shannon Kingston, ABC News, Washington.
A horrific discovery which shows the brutality of the Assad regime has been exposed following his exile.
Syrians are fast discovering the truth of the Assad regime. Underground prisons full of women and children.
Don't be afraid, the man says to this woman found in an underground prison. He finds a child alongside her.
ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman reporting from the Syrian border. Looks like we've got another accident out there. Let's get first look traffic. This one, I-15 in Draper, Andy.
Yep, just after Bangor Highway, left HOV lane is blocked. Traffic's back to the Bluffdale exit. We've also got delays in West Valley on Mountain View and Bangor. Some slowing on 215 coming down from Davis County into towards the airport. And a crash affecting drivers leaving 215 on 6200 South to head towards Big Cottonwood Canyon. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
A man in Ogden is facing multiple charges after police say he doused a woman in gasoline and tried setting her on fire. Police say it happened early Friday morning at a home near 29th and Lincoln. Court documents allude to some relationship disputes before the suspected attack. Notre-Dame held a public mass Sunday for the first time since the historic building burned in 2019.
The Bishop of Paris knocking on the vast wooden doors, the bells resonating, the choir back in full voice, and those doors officially reopened to this truly magical music. Notre-Dame's 8,000-pipe organ restored and roaring once again.
Just amazing. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge there in Paris. Meantime, Catholics in Utah are celebrating the reopening of the Notre-Dame Cathedral. Pastor and rector of the Cathedral of the Madeleine, Father Martin Diaz, tells KSL-TV that they and the Catholic Diocese of Salt Lake City raised several $1,000s for Notre-Dame after it went up in flames.
I know that my very small collection, my very small gift, is some part of that cathedral. You know that a little part of this floor belongs to you. A little part of this paint belongs to you.
Father Diaz says he's proud of the small part they played in bringing the Notre-Dame back to life. The Tabernacle Choir and Orchestra at Temple Square performed for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints' annual First Presidency's Christmas devotional last night. President Dallin H. Oaks, the first counselor in the First Presidency, says Christmas is a time where our hearts are attuned to what's important.
The spirit of Christmas brings out the best in us. The warmth and light of Christmas is the light of Christ.
President Russell M. Nelson was in attendance but did not speak. Looks like the biggest slowdown stretch on the freeways now is that northbound I-15 from the Point of the Mountain to Bangor exit. They're still cleaning up an accident. Matter of fact, it looks like one of those emergency vehicles now moving out of the way, so hopefully that improves. We'll check traffic and weather together.
Join your friends who rely on KSL each morning for the fastest routes to work and school.
I am listening for the traffic. I'll always know if somebody's going to be late to work. That's often what's on when I'm driving.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s.
On KSL News Radio.
The game of football is about pain. Ever since I was 5 years old, it's been all about football. It's been about running, jumping, blocking, tackling. I stopped playing at 31.
You're listening to Michael Robinson, retired pro fullback.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. I'm so glad that those arch supports are in my shoes. I have terrible foot issues that prevented me from really having a normal life with my kids. With the Good Feet arch supports, man, I'm always ready. My kids actually got to enjoy me in the yard more, racing each other, backpedaling, teaching them some things, being a dad. If I had known about the Good Feet arch support earlier, I would have more than one championship. I would have 2 championship rings.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Walk-ins welcome, or visit goodfeet.com for more information.
The temperatures outside have dropped a bunch, and now my family and I are enjoying the benefits of our brand new windows from Advanced Window Products in a different way. During the summer, it was nice to be able to keep the cold air in. Now it's nice to see how much more efficiently we can keep warm air inside. We replaced 20 of our builder-grade windows with high-efficiency windows and a glass door to our backyard with a built-in pet door, and we have just been thrilled with the results. We're already saving on our energy bill. We're helping pay for the windows with the rebate available through Dominion Energy. Our price didn't include any middleman markups because they did the sales and the installation all in-house. My wife and I love that there's a lifetime warranty serviced by their local team, labor, glass, parts included. I promise they're going to treat you right, and you'll have an amazing experience from start to finish, just like I did. Right now is a great time to do it. Also, they're having an end-of-season sale. Save $2,500 on 10 windows or more. 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
KSL Quarters for Christmas time is 8:09. Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. How are we looking, Andy?
Got a couple of crashes in the slowdowns on I-15 from Point of the Mountain up to the Bangor Highway exit. The one at Bangor's one's got the HOV lane blocked, and it started all of it. But then there's another one near the Bluffdale exit that's all the way over to the left shoulder, adding to the backups. We've got traffic also slow on Mountain View going through West Valley right now at 35th South, and a big delay for southbound traffic coming off 6200 South off of 215, and then heading south towards Big Cottonwood Canyon. There's a backup because of a crash. Heather?
No crashes reported in Weber and Davis counties, but we do have our typical slowdowns now. Southbound I-15 from Farmington into Centerville. If you transition from Legacy Parkway onto the west side belt, I-215 is pretty slow that entire stretch from Legacy to I-80 where you get onto the airport. Otherwise, you've got a good drive on US 89 and most of the city streets. Eric?
We got one crash, Timpanogos Highway, westbound. It looks like right before you get to the Triumph Boulevard intersection. The car is up on the embankment off to the right. doesn't really seem to be affecting the flow. You just have some natural congestion there heading over to I-15 anyways. And I-15 looks good throughout Utah County northbound from Provo to Point of the Mountain. That's a 20-minute drive if you're getting on to University Avenue. Black Friday returns at Dave's Bernina in Provo and St. George. The Lucky Friday the 13th sale. All machines on sale. Doorbuster specials and super deals on trade-in machines. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Air quality indexes today in the green. I've got partly cloudy skies, clean air, temperatures up near 38. 22 overnight, clear skies. We'll go 40 degrees, sunshine on Tuesday. Wednesday, partly cloudy, 44. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now in Salt Lake City, it does look a little better out there as far as air quality goes since the sun's coming up. You can see the mountains this morning. It's 28 degrees. Looks like a couple of Utah cities have landed on Wallet Hub's list of cities with the least sustainable credit card debt. It's something we're going to talk to, I think we're going to have Dave, right? Dave Noriega coming up here. We'll get a little preview of Dave in Jujanovic, so make sure you stay with us here on KSL, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Hey, you looking to buy or sell a home? Stop in your tracks right now and make a phone call to our friends at the Stern Team. Why? Because they see the importance and they know the importance of having a good relationship with you as a buyer or a seller for that matter, and that planning process starts months in advance of when you actually make the move. I was talking with Russell the last time he was in studio, and he was telling me that in some cases they start as early as 8 months out because they understand that everybody's circumstances are different. Every sell has some different requirements to it. Every purchase does the same, and they have many ways internally that they can actually help with various situations like instant cash offers, so you can skip the hassles of traditional sale and close in as little as 7 days. They have a buy before you sell program, and of course they always offer great flexible fees. If you want to make sure that you don't leave a bunch of money on the table when you sell your home, make sure you make the first call to the Stern Team, the ones we trust. The Stern Team is powered by Omada Real Estate. You'll find them online at sternteam.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Here's something you don't want to miss. We want to let you know about Advanced Garage Door. They're a great company that Deb and I discovered.
Kyle, what sets Advanced Garage Door apart from other companies?
At Advanced Door, we're always looking for the industry-leading and highest quality garage door parts. We handle everything from repairs and installations to maintenance and emergency services. Plus, we provide a lifetime warranty on all residential doors and parts.
A lifetime warranty? That's amazing. What does it cover?
Our lifetime warranty covers labor on residential doors, parts, and services, as long as our recommendations are followed. This means our customers can enjoy peace of mind knowing their garage doors are always protected.
That's fantastic. So if someone's garage door is giving them trouble, what should they do?
Just give us a call. Our certified technicians are available 24/7 to provide prompt and reliable service. We're here to ensure your garage door is always in top shape.
For all your garage door needs, visit advanced-door.com.
Or call 801-252-5977 today.
Advanced Garage Door, where we sell peace of mind.
KSL quarters for Christmas time now is 8:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
BYU football's bowl matchup is now set. The Cougars will be taking on Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes in the Alamo Bowl. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a woman who was hospitalized in a 6-car crash in Eagle Mountain says she's not sure how she and her husband survived. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
Traffic on I-15 backed up from Point of the Mountain all the way to Bangor Highway because of a crash blocking the HOV lane. And then we've got traffic running slow as well on Bangor in West Valley near the 21st South Freeway to deal with. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
How about a breath of fresh air today as the inversion's been broken? Look for highs in the upper 30s and partly cloudy skies. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 27 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, and time for a look at our top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The world watched in shock over the weekend as the Assad government in Syria collapsed. President Biden at the White House said,
"At long last, the Assad regime has fallen. This regime brutalized and tortured and killed literally hundreds of thousands of innocent Syrians."
But the question, what happens now? Assad has been granted political asylum in Russia, but in Syria, ABC national security analyst Mick Mulroy, a former Defense Department official, said there are ominous signs among the insurgents that ousted Assad.
HTS is a U.S. designated terrorist organization and has been since 2018. Jalani, its leader, is a specifically designated terrorist as well. So yes, they have somewhat separated themselves from Al-Qaeda and ISIS, but their origins are that, and many of their fighters are still part of that overhaul jihadist movement.
President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, will be on Capitol Hill today to meet with Republican lawmakers. She's been criticized for her past support of the Assad regime. Over the weekend, Trump talked about his priorities, asked by NBC Meet the Press if political retribution is one of them.
I'm really looking to make our country successful. I'm not looking to go back into the past. I'm looking to make our country successful.
But in the same interview, he also said that Liz Cheney and other members of the January 6th committee in Congress should be put in jail. A lawsuit refiled in New York accuses Jay-Z of sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl in 2000. The unnamed woman previously brought the suit against Sean Diddy Combs, who's already in jail on sex trafficking charges. She says she was sexually assaulted by both of them at a VMA after-party. Combs has pled not guilty. Jay-Z, real name Sean Carter, says the allegations are so heinous the lawyer should file a criminal complaint. You're listening to ABC News.
Dave and Dujanovic coming up top of the hour. Debbie joins me now. This is interesting that a couple of Utah cities show up on the Wallet Hub list.
Yeah. Hi, Tim.
Hi.
First of all, welcome back. So $1.3 trillion in credit card debt in this nation.
Crazy.
1.3 trillion. That's with a T. It's a 3% increase over last year. So we're going backwards in terms of our credit card debt. But a lot of people have complained. Look, inflation, housing costs, daycare costs are causing people to put just essentials on their credit cards. But West Valley City and Salt Lake City popped up on this list and really caught my attention. Median credit card debt right now for West Valley City is about $2,400. Salt Lake City is close to $3,000. But here's what really made me go, whoa, wait a minute. 5 years on average to pay it off. 5 years making the minimum payment. Now, there's all kinds of different reasons for that. We'll go in depth more on the Dave and Dujanovic show today in our 10 o'clock hour on credit card debt. And then also we're going to have an expert on the line to teach us ways to kind of the secret sauce to paying these things off faster and keeping them paid off. That's today in the 10 o'clock hour of D2.
All right. Look forward to Dave and
Thanks,
Dujanovic
Tim.
coming up. Thank you. It is 8:19. Time for a look at the drive. What's left of it this morning? Brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Andy's back in the traffic center.
I-15 delay spot right now. This is actually the biggest delay spot. Is a crash just before, right after Bangor Highway. They blocked off the HOV lane. It does look like they've reopened those lanes, but we still have slowing from Point of the Mountain all the way to the Bangor exit. We still have a crash on the left shoulder right after the Bluffdale exit as well, so that's keeping things a little bit slow. We've got some extra wait time at the intersections through South Jordan on Mountain View Corridor. But the 201 freeway all clear, crossing over from Magna to I-15. Heather?
It's been a pretty pleasant drive for Weber and Davis County drivers all morning long. No delays yet, really. I-15, just a few brake lights from time to time between Farmington and Centerville and closer to downtown Salt Lake. The earlier slowdowns we had on the west side belt between Legacy and I-80, they've dissipated for the moment. And you'll just see a little bit of crowding on US 89 near I-84. Eric.
From Spanish Fork to American Fork, looks good northbound I-15 this morning. In Utah County, the biggest delay spots are in the usual spots, Pioneer Crossing eastbound out of Saratoga Springs and Mountain View Corridor as it turns into 2100 North at Redwood Road and Lehigh. All of that is busy trying to head over to the freeway. Teens can get up to $200 with a Teen Learn and Earn account, plus continue earning rewards as they master the essentials of finance. More at cypresscu.com/teen. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts out with clean, clear, and fresh air today, folks. Take a deep breath. Partly cloudy skies, highs in the upper 30s. Tomorrow, 40 degrees with sunshine. High pressure does start building back on Wednesday. I've got partly cloudy, 44, maybe a little bit of haze. You'll likely see the haze build back into the valley Thursday, Friday, highs in the mid-40s. Saturday, 49, partly cloudy skies. But wait, we have another moisture-starved system that'll break up the haze on Sunday, mostly cloudy, 46. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Let's see where we are in Salt Lake City right now with a quick refresh. It is 27 degrees. It's actually gotten a little cooler now, but boy, that ability to see the mountains this morning is nice. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. This hour of Utah's Morning News is brought to you by our friends at the National Kidney Foundation of Utah and Idaho, and that means Luis Perez joins me again this morning. Hi, Luis.
Hi, good morning, Tam.
Good morning. It is that time of year when we start reminding everybody about the opportunity to donate a vehicle and save on your tax bill this year.
Yep, December is just the perfect time to start thinking about all of those things. You know, if you have a car that's not running and it's sitting in your driveway or in your garage, there is no worse time to have a car sitting around because you've got company coming for Christmas. Anybody who had a car that was taking up room over Thanksgiving, you should have hopefully gotten rid of it already. So right now is just like the perfect time. Because number one, you need that space. You don't want to get tickets on cars that are out on the street, getting ticketed for snow removal. You don't want a car that's just doing nothing. That car could really be put to good use for Utah kidney patients. These donations stay local. And also a lot of people car shop in December. So it's a great time to, if you don't love the trade-in value on your car, why not use it as a tax deduction? Donating your car is tax deductible. So yep, it's the time to think about donating your car to towcars.org.
And you brought up something very important that we always like to emphasize too, and that is that if you, get caught, because there's some duplicate organizations out there that copied what Tow Cars does. If you get caught with the wrong organization, this money's going to go outside the state.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good charities who have copied this program. We've been doing it for 34 years. It's obviously a great source of funding. However, Tow Cars, TOWKARS.org, is Utah's original and #1 choice for car donation. We've got Coach Kalani Sataki and Coach Kyle Whittingham as spokespeople for kidney patients in Utah. So please keep your donation local when you have a car to donate. This is lifeblood funding for Utah kidney patients. So please donate online at towcars.org. That's TOWK-kidneyars.org.
Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness.
Jazz games at Delta Center are unforgettable. From the atmosphere, the crowd noise, and of course, the electrifying on-court action. With ticket plans, you can go to as many as 11 games this season. Choose from packages like the All-Star Plan, Weekend Plan, or the Western Rivals Plan, and get what works for you. Come cheer on the Jazz and get your ticket package at utahjazz.com.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Amazon seemingly has everything, including flights, it turns out. Amazon and Student Universe are teaming up again to bring back their $25 flights for young adults looking to save money. The collab is only available for members of Amazon Young Adults, formerly known as Amazon Prime Student. They're going to go on sale today. They have a limited number of them, as I understand it, and will be on sale through the 14th. So you might want to check on that. Retirees have more debt than ever. The Employee Benefit Research Institute reports that 6 in 10 retirees had debt this year. Of that group, 68% had credit card debt, 38% had mortgage debt, and 34% had car loans. Retailers hard at work as the holiday shopping season continues, but they're also getting ready for the holiday returning season. Last year, $148 billion in holiday merchandise was returned to stores, that according to the National Retail Federation. Let's get a look at how the markets are doing this morning. Last time we looked, we were mixed, but they're all in the red this hour with very narrow trading. The Dow is off about 23 points. The S&P down 14, and the NASDAQ is off by 28. Gold really taking a leap this morning for some reason. It's up 1.5% with a gain of $39.60 an ounce, at least for now. We've got a couple of crashes between Bluffdale and Bangerter exits that are causing I-15 slowdowns right now. We'll check that spot in the rest of the valley next.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Let me tell you an amazing story. Last week, a customer came in. They were a creative director for an agency, and they were frustrated that their old, slow computer wasn't processing their files quick enough. He had a big project due and could not afford any delays. Well, we hooked him up with one of our new, powerful 2025 desktops for only $999, and he was able to complete his project with ease. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
COVID-19, brought to you by CDC and the Ad Council.
Managing today's uncertainty can be overwhelming. We crave security, and it's uncomfortable when we sense a lack of control over our lives. Develop a routine for a more balanced lifestyle with healthy habits and fun. Focus on what you can control, even if it's little things, like a before-bedtime ritual.
Find more self-care and coping tips at coping-19.org.
The KSL News Radio app will update you on breaking stories.
A house explosion this afternoon.
And you'll get exclusive audio streams from local events, breaking news, and sports.
Cougars feel like they can overcome anything.
All of your favorite KSL hosts are there too, so you can listen anytime. Plus traffic and weather. Download it today. The app for KSL News Radio.
KSL Quarters for Christmas time is 8:29. Let's get a look at traffic and weather, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Is it me, or they just keep expanding, blocking off lanes there around Point of the Mountain?
Well, it seems like we keep adding crashes. Now, this is the third one we've had in the last half hour or so, trying to get between Point of the Mountain and Bangerter Highway. The crash at Bangerter has been cleared. The one that's after the Bluffdale exit is all the way to the left shoulder, but now there's another one that's blocking the HOV left and center lane of I-15. That's got you back around the point now, down almost to Timpanogos Highway. Heather?
We're looking okay through Weber and Davis County. No delays really on southbound I-15. Just a few brake lights from time to time in Centerville and closer to downtown Salt Lake. Eric?
I-15 continues to be okay in Utah County. No problems northbound as long as you exit right by 2100 North or Timpanogos Highway. If you continue on towards Point of the Mountain, that's where you're going to run into those delays and hopefully not into each other. If you're out in Tooele County, SR36, northbound, no problems going up to I-80, getting on the eastbound traffic flow and heading out into the valley. Is your home ready for the holidays? Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $119, plus a 4th room cleaned free with a food donation. ZeroRes.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Yeah, that storm we thought was coming in, and I guess technically we got the cold front. We just didn't get any precipitation with it. It sort of went right over the top of us and jumped the other side of the Rockies. So 38 today with just a 10% chance, and then no chance of rain or snow until again for the weekend. Tomorrow we actually warm to 40 degrees with more sunshine and no clouds in the forecast. But right now in Salt Lake City, it's 27 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time now is 8:30, and our top story this hour, air quality is in much better shape today, but another inversion could be on its way. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details.
Air quality is now predominantly in the green up and down the Wasatch Front today. A huge improvement overnight, but another inversion is expected to start forming tomorrow. The good news, though, is it's not expected to be in place long enough to deteriorate the air nearly as bad as last week. National Weather Service senior meteorologist Monica Traphagen tells me we might even see a storm as early as Thursday or Friday.
And then after that, it looks like, continued unsettled, more of a pattern with consistent storms.
Traphagen says we shouldn't see any super impactful inversions for at least the next week. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Researchers at the University of Utah are working with state health officials to put air quality sensors near high schools around the state. Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering Carrie Kelly says these sensors will help protect students when they're outside.
Just for example, whether or not you might modify training activities, especially if, let's say, you've got an asthmatic student who's participating in, let's say, track and field. So maybe you have them train inside.
Kelly says there are already 40 sensors in facilities installed around the state, mostly in rural areas. The Salt Lake City Police Department says there has been an increase in thefts and attempted thefts of Kia and Hyundai vehicles.
Police say there were 13 thefts or attempted thefts over the last 2 weeks involving Kia and Hyundai vehicles in the Rose Park area, typically between 4 and 7 in the morning. Officials say suspects either took vehicles with keys inside of them or they'd break the window and damage the ignition and steering. Police say people need to make sure they don't leave the keys in the vehicle or leave it running without someone there. Kia says some vehicles can get a free software upgrade to help prevent theft if their vehicle is eligible. Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Police have no motive, no suspect, and no known leads in the broad daylight killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Hundreds of tips are pouring in, and thousands of police officers are cycling through a manhunt that is now nationwide. Police have yet to recover the bike or the murder weapon. NYPD divers spent the weekend searching a pond near the spot where officers found what they think is the suspect's backpack. It contained a Tommy Hilfiger jacket and Monopoly money. Detectives are working to determine whether the play money was meant as some sort of statement.
ABC senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky reporting. President-elect Donald Trump sat down for his first TV interview since the election, giving NBC News an outline for his aggressive agenda starting on day one. ABC News chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce reports from Washington.
President-elect Donald Trump is working to hit the ground running, starting with his efforts to boost the economy. But pressed on concerns his plan to implement punishing tariffs will raise prices, Trump admits he can't guarantee Americans won't pay more. Trump has pledged to impose tariffs on China and a 25% tariff on all goods imported from Mexico and Canada. But some economists say it would cost American families more than $2,600 a year.
President-elect Trump also says he's planning to end birthright citizenship and issue pardons as soon as he gets into office. Utah hospitals are receiving less than 50% of their regular shipments of IV fluids, thanks to a plant that was impacted by Hurricane Helene in North Carolina. Here's KSL News Radio's Tammy Kikuchi.
The plant is slowly getting back up to speed, but hospitals have been receiving less than half of their usual allocations. Some elective surgeries, like arthroscopic and prostate surgeries, are being delayed into the new year. Supplies from Taiwan, China, and Mexico are coming into the U.S., but need approval for domestic use. Local hospitals have about a 2-week supply on hand and are sharing with each other to fill the demand. The production company hopes to be up to full speed by the new year. Tammy Kikuchi, KSL News Radio.
Andy's back now with your first look traffic.
I've been watching I-15. We got that backup now from Lehigh, from SR-92 Timpanogos Highway on-ramp all the way to the Bluffdale exit because of a crash that's blocking HOV and left lanes right now. That's the big delay. If you're getting on the freeway anywhere north of that, it looks like you'll move at the speed limit all the rest of the way to Salt Lake. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Get ready for changes in Social Security in 2025. KSL News Radio's Michelle Rowe has more.
Those receiving Social Security benefits will see a bit more in their monthly checks next year. The Social Security Administration says that in 2025 there will be a 2.5% increase for recipients.
It'll be an increase, but it won't be as much as they've been accustomed to in the past couple of years.
DMBA certified financial planner Shane Stewart says that in 2022 the increase was nearly 9%, but this year's adjustment is in line with inflation. Another change is Social Security offices are moving back to in-person appointments and recommend you make an appointment. Michelle Rowe, KSL News Radio.
The future of a Medicaid expansion in Utah is uncertain if President-elect Trump decides to make cuts. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson reports.
This would only be the case if, in fact, the incoming president decides to cut funding. Then the state of Utah would have to make up the difference. Representative Robert Spenlove sponsored a Medicaid expansion bill back in 2018, and he believes it would be difficult for the state of Utah to do.
There are no official plans to cut the Medicaid funding as of right now. There would be 8 other states facing the same dilemma if cuts are made. Almost 80,000 Utahns are part of the Medicaid expansion. Major League Baseball has a new salary king. ABC's Jim Ryan says Juan Soto has become the highest-paid athlete from any sport ever.
With a career batting average of .283, Juan Soto played most recently in a New York Yankees uniform. In 2024,
he is one of the 3 best hitters in baseball.
ESPN's Jeff Passan says the Yankees theoretically could have kept him.
All teams needed to get him was a big bag of money, and that biggest bag came from the New York Mets.
Soto will earn a historic $765 million over 15 years. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
They said some of the incentives within that contract will push it to over $800,000. There's an out in the contract in 5 years, and he got $79 million as a signing bonus. Wow. All right, we'll get a look at traffic and weather together. That situation coming in northbound on I-15 in Bluffdale not getting much better at the moment. Traffic and weather together next.
Listen to KSL for news to get exactly what you want.
Stories about what's going to affect me.
Traffic. If I want to know now, I'll go to KSL Radio.
Hear the important stories, the stories that affect you.
On KSL News Radio.
We have some exciting news to announce.
Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Home Services.
And I can speak from experience, Deb. Mountain Home Services installed my furnace years ago, and it's been amazing.
And we know Master Electrical Service has been your trusted source for all your electrical needs, like your EV chargers, your generators, and recessed lighting.
But now that they've joined Mountain Home Services, they can help you with your HVAC, your heating and air, as well as your plumbing.
And it comes with that upfront pricing guarantee. I love the upfront pricing guarantee because it means no hidden fees.
100% satisfaction guarantee as well.
Master Electrical Service has been the name you trust since 1954.
They're the company we trust, and so can you.
Check them out now at mountainhomeutah.com.
That's mountainhomeutah.com, or give them a call at 801-543-2222. So easy to remember, 801-543-2222.
You wouldn't trust a butcher to babysit your pet pig. You wouldn't trust a lumberjack to repair your antiques. Or a professional wrestler to be your massage therapist. So why would you trust anyone but AMCO to fix your car? For over 50 years, we've been the trusted experts in transmission repair.
Check out AMCO's multiple financing options, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow.
AA MCO.
Jeff Kaplan.
When I was a kid, my parents got me a subscription to Newsweek magazine. I would devour every page into the night. And to this day, I sit on my iPad looking for stories for my minute of news, flesh out our coverage, and I get to share the news with you.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time now 8:39. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Here's Andy.
Well, we got a crash just after Point of the Mountain. They're trying to move it over to the left as far as they can. They have just opened the left lane. HOV lane, though, still blocked by emergency vehicles and crashed vehicles. Traffic backed up from Timpanogos Highway, a couple of miles up over Point of the Mountain towards the Bluffdale exit. A lot of delay on Bangerter right now, getting from Redwood Road to I-15 as people are taking Redwood into the Salt Lake Valley instead of the freeway. Heather?
It's been a smooth commute all morning long for Weber and Davis County drivers. You've got good visibility, no fog anywhere that we can find. You may see a little bit of congestion on US 89 between Washington Terrace and the I-84 interchange. That's in both directions. I-15 still has most of the traffic, but you're still under a 30-minute commute from Ogden to Salt Lake. Eric.
Getting into Park City, a little bit slow. Kearns Boulevard westbound from US 40 into town, but if you're exiting I-80 to go into Park City, 224 looks fine. Southbound I-80 through Parley's Canyon, that's in good shape. And I-15 Utah County, as long as you exit the freeway before Timpanogos Highway or at Timpanogos Highway, it's going to be a good trek on the northbound side. We've got southbound slowing, though, past Pioneer Crossing and between Pleasant Grove Boulevard, 1600 North in Orem. Shop IFA's holiday guide for the season's best deals on big-ticket gifts and stocking stuffers, too. IFA Country Stores, helping to grow the things you love. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Big talker for the day is the clean air, folks. I've got partly cloudy skies, air quality in the green, and highs in the upper 30s. Overnight, clean, clear air, temperatures in the low 20s. 40 tomorrow, sunshine with the haze trying to build back by midweek. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now in Salt Lake City, we still haven't seen the sunshine, 28 degrees. Looking forward to talking with Mitch Harper coming up in a minute. There was a lot of BYU news over the weekend, including the extension of Kalani Sitake's contract. And, of course, now we know that the Cougs will be taking on Colorado in the Alamo Bowl. So all of that on the table in our conversation coming up in just a minute. Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. This hour of Utah's Morning News brought to you by the National Kidney Foundation of Utah and Idaho, and Luce Lewis-Perez is back with me here. I don't know if I've ever asked this question, Luce, but what do you do with the vehicles after you get them?
When you donate your car to Kidney Cars, we sell them. So the cars are either sold or they're recycled for parts, or even, even just recycled for metal so that we can raise money. The reason that we need this money is because there are over 3,000 dialysis and transplant patients who desperately need help that is not covered by personal or government insurance programs, Medicare, Medicaid, or their health care. Those are things like transportation to and from dialysis. You've got to go 3 to 5 days a week, and literally the cost of tires will make some people have to decide whether or not they can even continue to receive services. So we use these car donations to pay down medical debt, help people remain stable and healthy enough to get on the transplant waiting list or to qualify for the transplant waiting list. We help those who cannot help themselves. People who have kidney disease didn't ask for it, they didn't want it, and they desperately need help, and there is no cure for kidney disease except for kidney transplantation. So when you donate your car to towcars.org, it is lifeblood funding to people who desperately need help, and December is just the best time to really do it. So we're here to take your cars if you've got them.
Yeah, and in the 30 seconds or so we have left here, for those that make the donation, they actually get dollar for dollar the value of the car to take off of their taxes in the coming year.
Right. If you're out to get a new car and you want to trade in your old one and the trade-in isn't good enough, why not deduct it off of your taxes instead? So car donations are tax deductible. It takes 24 to 48 hours to have the car picked up. And of course, you're helping local Utah kidney patients. So please keep your car donation local by donating on towcars.org. That's TOWK, like kidney, ARS.org.
Revere Health is committed to making your healthcare experience as easy as possible. We now offer an online scheduling option, allowing you to browse upcoming availability and conveniently book an appointment without calling in. Follow My Health, our online patient portal, allows you to message your doctor directly, view lab and test results within 24 hours, renew prescriptions, and much more. Visit reverehealth.com to learn more or schedule your next appointment. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner for life.
KSL quarters for Christmas time is 8:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
air quality is widely in the green today thanks to an overnight cold front. Another inversion is expected to form starting tomorrow, but it's not expected to be nearly as bad as this last one. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, the Salt Lake City Police Department warning people who own Hyundai and Kia vehicles after a series of thefts. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
Traffic on I-15 still backed up from Lehigh to Bluffdale because of a crash that's blocking the HOV lane, although all lanes of the main flow are now open after initially we had a couple blocked there as well. But It's just the HOV lane, but it's still a couple miles of backup. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's clean air to the rescue, but for how long? I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 28 degrees from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. And time for our top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet selections are on Capitol Hill meeting with lawmakers as ABC White House correspondent Mary Bruce says a weekend interview with Trump shed light on some of his priorities. He said mass deportations would begin with convicted criminals.
But ultimately saying they could include any immigrants in the country illegally, even if they have children that are U.S. citizens. Trump confirming his plan to try to end birthright citizenship on day one, even though it's enshrined in the 14th Amendment, suggesting he may try to amend the Constitution.
One of Trump's administration picks, Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard's been criticized for past statements supporting the Assad regime in Syria. There's now a vacuum in Syria after the Assad government collapsed. He was granted political asylum in Russia. Search continues for the killer of the United Healthcare CEO and Merriam-Webster's word of the year for 2024, polarization. This is ABC News.
And this portion of Utah's Morning News is brought to you by Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner for life. All right, little fun conversation here. The BYU football team prepping to face Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes in the Alamo Bowl. That's going to be on December 28th. Joining me live is BYU insider and co-host of Cougar Sports Saturday and Cougar Nation, which airs tonight at 6, Mitch Harper. Can we start with the extension of the contract to Kalani? Did you see this coming?
I did, because it's kind of a standard, operating procedure a little bit with, when you have a year as a head coach and you far exceed expectations at the power conference level, you get locked into an extension, and it just makes it clear to recruits in state and nationally that BYU's program, as they settle into life in the Big 12, get into the heart of their existence, it's going to be under the direction of Kalani Sitake. So no surprise, and Tom Holmoe's been pretty consistent that he feels Kalani's the right guy, and he stayed true to him, and it's working out right now for BYU.
Yeah, and the timing, of course, makes sense. It's why Coach Whittingham at the U made his announcement over the weekend, because the portal opens up today. So, that also, as you mentioned, gives some peace of mind to those that are thinking about coming to play for the program.
It does. And with the transfer portal, BYU, because of Kalani the past couple cycles or years, their portal movement hasn't been as high as other programs. And, maybe, BYU's never going to have the most talented roster, but maybe their culture can, shine through in years where they, can get 9-10 wins, and be a consistent player in the Big 12, because, the programs that are going to have so much money are in the SEC and the Big 10, and BYU's going to have their share of money too. But can they build a locker room that wants to play with each other? And you saw that this season where there's a really unified group, and they all ran it back after a losing season. And I think that's one of the reasons Kalani helped get his extension.
Yeah. All right, so we know that the Cougs are going to take on Coach Prime and the Buffaloes in the Alamo Bowl coming up on December 28th. I watched some of the back and forth between fans about this possibility, and there was a little bit of, oh, come on, send me to Florida and let me take on an ACC team. But when you think about taking on Colorado, one of the reasons for a bowl game is to get eyes on your program, and I can't think of a bigger opportunity.
I think you're right, Tim, because I think that it's just on the surface to say a conference game in the bowl season, that's kind of underwhelming. But you're right. With the star-studded roster that Colorado has and Coach Prime's personality, Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, who Coach Prime consistently says now twice that those guys are going to play in this game, it's a big audience. It's a big opportunity for BYU. If you're not playing in the college football playoff, all of these games are glorified exhibitions. So you're right. If you can just get the eyeballs and the attention, Colorado, there's no program that gets more attention than the Buffs. I mean, they are a mainstream. They're kind of social media savvy. You're going to get a big crowd at this game because of Colorado's presence, and I think that's pretty fun. It's a good opportunity for BYU to make it clear that right after ASU, they're the next best team in the Big 12.
Yeah, that was my next point. How you see this matchup, because BYU, Colorado, ASU were right there at the top, and these two teams avoided each other. How do you see the matchup?
I think BYU is probably going to be an underdog because Colorado's been playing a lot better football as of late than BYU. The final month of the season. And I know BYU went 10-2, and some Cougar fans felt like there should have been more consideration given to BYU, maybe for at-large consideration in the playoff and whatnot. But BYU hasn't played great since that Utah game in November, and those last 4 weeks they've struggled to put together a complete 60 minutes. And I do believe BYU's defense can create some pressure on Shedeur Sanders. They're going to have to, because Colorado's offensive line still in year 2 under Coach Prime, they give up a lot of sacks. And BYU's defense and the pressure they have at the linebacker with Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker, that could be an opportunity where BYU can maybe put Shedeur Sanders under duress and maybe create some takeaways, which they've been known to do. They're number 1 nationally in interceptions this season. So I think it's a good matchup, but I'd still give the slight edge to Colorado because I think they just got more star power and explosive playmaking ability. And sometimes in just one game, you kind of lean to that.
Yeah. I'll look forward to more breaking down of this matchup tonight with Cougar Nation coming up at 6 o'clock. Thanks for joining us this morning.
You bet.
Mitch Harper, of course, the voice of not just Cougar Nation, but Cougar Sports Saturday, which you enjoy every Saturday here. It is time again for a look at the drive, traffic, and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Andy?
Tim, I-15 still backed up from Lehigh over Point of the Mountain to Bluffdale. The good news is all lanes are open and the crash has been cleared. Now we'll see how long it takes for that northbound slowing from Timpanogos Highway. Actually, now 2100 north all the way up into Bluffdale. The rest of the way through the valley right now, if you're just getting on from Bankett or anywhere north, you'll have the full speed limit all the way to Salt Lake. We'll see what happens when all that Lehigh traffic finally gets over the point. And then we've got some Mountain View delay still in West Valley, 3500 south. Heather?
No problems in Weber and Davis counties. Things are still looking pretty good if you're making your way from Ogden to Salt Lake. Just a few brake lights from time to time in all the typical areas. But you'll be good on the Legacy Parkway, West Side Belt. US 89 for the most part is also at good speeds, but you are going to see some slowing from time to time around I-84. Eric?
Well, we got a big crash southbound I-15 approaching a Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit. Only the far left lane is getting through. Everything else is blocked off, and that is backing things up really quickly over towards American Forks Main Street exit. That's Pioneer Crossing. On the northbound side, the slowdowns happen as you go approach the Triumph Boulevard exit. So if you want to avoid the delays going around Point of the Mountain, you might want to exit 2100 north, head over to Redwood Road. Looking for the best gift ever? That's what you get at Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Use code KSL50 online and in stores to receive 50% off your purchase. Visit minkycouture.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, folks. How about some clean air today? Partly cloudy skies and a high of 38. Perfectly blue, sunny skies tomorrow, 40 degrees. Partly cloudy skies on Wednesday, 44. High pressure building back. We'll go for more haze on Thursday, partly cloudy, 45. Keeping the haze in the forecast Friday, maybe even Saturday. Highs in the mid and upper 40s, partly cloudy skies. Another moisture-starved system works in on Sunday. That'll clear the haze. Mostly cloudy skies, 46. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now in Salt Lake City, still waiting on that sun that is stuck behind the clouds this morning. It is 28 degrees. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. If you have any possibility during the holidays before this production goes away from Hill Center Theater, you need to take your family of all ages to go see Beauty and the Beast. I'm a Disney nut. I guess everybody knows that by now. But so you're going to sing along with every song that you know from the Disney movie Beauty and the Beast. But here's what you're just going to be thrilled by. It is the staging of this fantastic production and the attention to detail that Hill Center takes on everything. One of the things I noticed during the production was that Cogsworth, Lumiere, Mrs. Potts slowly but surely evolved. It's a very small detail, but if you pay attention, you'll see it as well. Everybody's waiting for the rose to drop another petal as sort of the hourglass or the sand in the hourglass, but watch the characters, how they evolve. And wait till you see the way that they stage it with this castle and going from one level to the next, up and down in the amazing center stage setting of surround, where there is not a bad seat in the house. They have always said at Hale Center Theater that their mission is to enhance lives with world-class theater, and this is a world-class production, maybe the best I've ever seen there. Tickets are hard to come by, but they're adding more and more shows to it right now. Give them a call, 801-984-9000. Also, find out about giving a gift card. What a great Christmas gift. Or buy your 2025 season tickets at hct.org.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The markets continue their downward trend here. The Dow is off 80. The S&P now down 28. That's almost 0.5%. And the NASDAQ also down 0.5% right now with a loss of 111 points. Time again in just a minute to get one final look at how the roads are doing, traffic and weather together. But before we get there, this hour of Utah's Morning News has been brought to you by the National Kidney Foundation of Utah and Idaho, and Luce Lewis Perez is back with us. Luce, you touched on it, that this is such a challenge, kidney disease in the state of Utah and really everywhere, but particularly here in the state. Not just on the kidney patient themselves, but their families and what they go through. It's amazing the difference that this donation can make.
Yes, car donations are literal lifeblood funding. And so we are so grateful to the many, many Utah people and companies who have over 34 years chosen to donate their cars locally. People call all the time and want to know how and where to donate their cars. And obviously, because we started this car donation program in the 1990, we feel that it's very important to call a charity, make sure that they're in town, make sure that they're local, that they're actually helping your local friends and family who need help. And so when you donate a car to the National Kidney Foundation of Utah, using our website, towcars.org, you know that these vehicles stay local to help local kidney patients. And we're grateful to Smiths and RC Willys and the funeral homes and the rehab centers who donate their fleet cars. These cars are donated locally, they stay local, we sell, recycle, and part the vehicles out so that we can raise money for transportation funds to and from dialysis, for doctors' appointments, for renal nutrition. And so please keep your car donation local by donating to towcars.org. That's TOWKARS.org.
Can you also, in a nutshell, just give us how easy this process is? I've done it, Amanda's done it, and it really is a simple process if anybody's intimidated by the idea.
It's so easy. I've donated my own cars. So thank you guys for supporting us as well. But yes, you just call on the phone. We take information from you about the car. It takes 24 to 48 hours to have the car towed. It's free towing. And of course, we'll issue you a tax receipt that you can deduct the vehicle from your taxes. So towcars.org. Call us at our local Utah office and we'll just walk you right through the process.
That's TOWKARS.org.
Give the perfect gift to your family this winter. Come and play in Bear Lake. Reserve your winter getaway now and relax during or after the holidays. Visit bearlake.org.
Dear Santa, thank you for brightening up my Christmas. It made it a lot better. Thank you for the shoes. I'm very grateful for the presents because I usually don't get too much. So that really brightens this year up for me. Also, on behalf of my mother, thank you.
At KSL, it's our hope that every child will have a warm and joyful holiday season. Please donate generously to KSL's Quarters for Christmas.
Every dollar raised goes to buy shoes and warm clothes for Utah children in need. Give what you can at kslquarters.com.
KSL News Time, 8:59. It's traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair. Save on every gallon with the DinoPay app. Andy?
Well, we've got delays north 15 from Lehigh up over the point into Bluffdale from an earlier crash. Crash is gone, but the slowing doesn't seem to be quite free of everything. Really kind of breaks up at the point. Heavy traffic continues to Bangerter, but the stop-and-go ends as you get at the top of the hill. Still have Bangerter slowdowns, though, through Taylorsville out after 4700 south. Heather?
No problems all morning long in Weber and Davis County. So overall, you've got a great drive on all the freeways. Eric?
Well, we got that crash southbound I-15 between American Forks Main Street and the Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit right around 500 East, and that has all been moved over to the right. So that's good news, but you've still got the delays heading down towards Pleasant Grove and Linden. Northbound 15, the slowdowns are just past Lehigh's Main Street as you head up towards Point of the Mountain. Discover hope, joy, and light in the new book, After All We Can Do, by Dieter F. Uchtdorf. A beautiful gift for Christmas. Available now at DeseretBook.com and in stores. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
38 for a high today, just a 10% chance of showers, and you know those clouds do look like they could produce just a little bit of rain this morning. Right now in Salt Lake City, it is 28 degrees.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.